Right, good afternoon. Let me try this again. Don't know what's going on YouTube today. Nicola McNichols, good afternoon to you. Keon Boss, good afternoon. Alison Rogers, blessings to you as well. Alison is joining us all the way from the UK. Good afternoon. Leon Graves, greetings. Janice Batiste. Julia Spooner, Helen Farrier, good afternoon. Dexter James. Vivian Nicholas, Deborah Durante, hi Deborah. Yvette Phillip, Natalie F, Jenny, Gay Cupid James, a long name there, boy. Marlene Panting, good afternoon. Hi Val, Patricia, hi Diane, Andy, Kurt Dalzine, greetings. Good to say that I need a prepaid internet. I have Flow. I don't know what's the situation with Flow. Yeah, maybe I need to switch providers. David McIntyre, good afternoon. Anna Sisnat, hi Anna. Marva Frank, Susan Kadugan, Jennifer Ashby Okuli, hi. Yes, Jennifer, let's hope it plays ball this time. Shadi Ross. Nicola said we got worried that he was making mischief. I don't put it past these people to make mischief, Nicola. Because if it's one thing I learned from Friday's parliamentary session is that my colleagues on the government bench also apparently look at my podcast. In fact, a couple of them made reference to it. The member for Chaguanas East, the member for Oropuch East, and the member for Barataria San Juan as well. You wouldn't have heard it where he was throwing talk saying, telling me to go and do a live after Friday's session. So apparently they listen. That is good. Speaks volumes. Right. Let's see here. Right, someone is saying no audio. Is everybody hearing me? Well, let's see. Juju Bernard is saying, I saw last parliament. Very disrespectful. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, all. Happy International Women's Day to all of our female listeners. And we know we have quite a few of you on. So happy International Women's Day to all of you, to all of my subscribers. Thank you all so much for joining as usual. So let's jump into it because I'm already late. All right. So we had another interesting day last Friday in the Parliament, and you all would have seen what transpired, where for the second time the opposition had cause to walk out. Friday, of course, being Private Members' Day, which belongs to the opposition. It is the day on which we are allowed to debate any matter, all right, and we don't have to get permission from the speaker. All we simply do is to file the motion at least a week in advance, and once it is approved, then we debate it. And we actually, aside from the motion that was debated on Friday, we have two other motions that are to be debated. So basically, some of you would have recalled that this debate on that private motion, which was brought by the member for Laventille West, Kareem Marcel, I think we first started debating that back in January, sometime around the 23rd, thereabout. And the three persons from the opposition bench would have spoken on that day: Kareem, who moved the motion, myself, and Nian Gatsby Dolly. And on the government side, the speakers were Padderath, um, the member for Labray, Clyde Elder, and when the sitting came to an end at 6 p.m., or just about 4 or 5 minutes to 6, Vandana Mohit had started her contribution. And then time ran out, and may recall, she didn't get to say much on that day because really and truly, when she started off her discourse, it was utter rubbish. She sought to, in responding to me, sought to attack me again with this nonsense about ILP and playing jumping frog and all kind of foolishness. Deal with the issue at hand, where the people are paying you what you're collecting taxpayers' money to speak about, not to come and throw foolish talk across the aisle to me about ILP and so on, because the man who founded the ILP, Jack Warner, is now back in the fold of the UNC. So I don't tell him about playing jumping frog. He formed the ILP. He brought the ILP to an end, right? He dissolved the party that was the ILP. It is no more. So what did you expect for those of us who were part of the ILP to just what? Cease to be political? All of the people who were in the ILP who went back to the UNC, you all welcomed them with open arms, but then coming to talk rubbish for me. So I had to respond to her, right? The member, several of her cabinet colleagues were members of the PNM and are now in the UNC. Are they playing jumping frogs as well? The member for La Hoqueta Talparo was PNM up until recently before the election. He was PNM. I will tell him that. The member of Parliament for, the Minister of Public Admin and AI, he was PNM too, right? He left the fold when he challenged Nian Gatsby-Dolly for her seat, and he was not, and he was rejected by the screening committee. And then you all decided to recruit him, and now he's UNC. So he playing jumping frog too. The Attorney General, he former PNM as well. Your Minister of Planning and Economic Development, he too was PNM. And then now he's in the UNC fold. So I don't tell them about jumping frog. I want to come and tell me nonsense. And then comes to the Parliament on Friday to tell me about she has very good lawyers and so on. Well, I would tell her, the PNM has very good lawyers too. So do I. You have good lawyers and so do I. The difference between the PNM good lawyers and the UNC good lawyers is that the PNM good lawyers are not before the courts. All right? They don't have any matters before the courts for criminal conduct. All right? And none of them are subject of current police investigation. Same cannot be said for your great UNC lawyers. All right? So after the walkout, we had our press conference and so on. So we had a couple of her colleagues, the government bench would have come to me to ask me what it is with you and Vandana were going on. She and I, our first interaction was very good, very good. But you see, when she showed herself to be very disrespectful, when she made that comment that day when Nian was speaking, and Nian was having an exchange with the speaker, and the goodly member for Shogunas East made that disrespectful comment about why Nian does sit down with her Besor Street behavior. What is Besor Street behavior? Not only was that an insult and an attack on Nian, it was also disrespectful to the people of Besor Street. And you, being a minister of government and the minister of the people and social development, should know better. All right? But it just goes to show the contempt and the disdain that you all have for persons from areas such as Besson Street, which most of them know nothing about. And I keep saying, they're always rushing them out on places like Lavantil and Beetham and so on, and have no idea where these places are. Call some streets in these areas, and they don't know. Always have the worst to say about Sealots and all of these areas, but have never been there, but just operating based on what you've heard or the perception that you all have about the people who live there. That is why a prime minister could come and talk a pack of crap and rubbish about when you fail your exams, so you don't pass your exams, the only jobs you could get are menial, low-paying jobs or PNM MPs. All right? But when I saw someone make a very salient comment under the Trinidad Express newspaper's post on the prime minister's statement, and the comment was that she omitted a third option when you fail your exams, and that is you could become a highly paid UNC thief. That is so true, right? Because you could be a dunce, as they say, as the back of a spoon. All right. And rest assured, once you have the right connections in the UNC, yes, you could find yourself sitting on a board or holding some high level position, right, where you could thief. And we know they have a lot of them on that side. They could deny it all they want, but plenty of them on that side. And I keep saying, I've said before and I will repeat it, the majority of politicians in this country who have had cause to come before the courts didn't come from the PNM, came from the UNC, all the way back to where you had a former prime minister who was before the court, former attorney general, and is still before the court on a matter of witness tampering. What is going on in that matter? We don't know. All right? It just speaks to the malaise that is the judicial system in this country. Since 2014, 2015, when he was fired by then Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, right? Charged, and that matter is still before the court. We're still awaiting the outcome of prison gate investigation, police investigation. 12 years now, still waiting. 2 UNC good lawyers who were accused of copying and pasting witness statements to defraud the state. And who discovered it? A master of the court discovered it. Seeing several matters come before her and noticing the similarities in the testimonies and the witness statements of those who claimed to have been beaten by the police and prison officers and so on, drew it to the attention of the DPP, who himself, without a police investigation, just looking over the same documentation that the master of the court would have noted, stated that in his unflinching view, that criminal conduct had taken place. And here we are, 12 years later. That matter is still under investigation, but we have one of the subjects of that investigation sitting as the chairman of a major state board. Those things could only happen under a UNC government. Right? Only under a UNC government those things could happen. So, remember, for Shagona Seas then went on to talk about, that I sat behind 4 walls on a screen and did a whole session on her. No, Miss Lady, you didn't get any session from me. You got a 2 minutes, right? Maybe 3 at best, because I don't really have much more time than that to waste on your nonsense. But I'll probably give you 5 minutes today just to respond to some of the foolishness that you spoke about on Friday. And I take note, all right, in their responses that Munilal made a point, which I agree with. Probably the only thing that he spoke about or he said on Friday that I could agree with, that motion that Kareem brought was a government's dream. And indeed, that is what it is. Because you see, if they continue as they do to deny what we see with respect to how citizens are being affected or have been affected in the last 10 months by government policy, in particular, the war that they have waged on the most economically vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago, when we quote numbers, statistics with respect to the number of persons who have lost their jobs. They say, oh, the PNM exaggerating. They're talking about mass terminations and mass firings and so on. Well, this is a motion, as Munilal said, is a government's dream. This was an opportunity for you all to come in the parliament and debunk what we said. Tell the people, bring your statistics, bring your data and show that the PNM is exaggerated or we're lying, as you all said. But they had 4 speakers in this motion, 21st day and Friday, and not one of them has been able to come with hard statistics or data to quote figures to say, well, the PNM said X amount of persons have lost their jobs in the last 10 months, and these are the facts. This is the exact figure. None of them have been able to do that. Instead, rather than you come and defend yourself and use the opportunity to show and to tell the country what you all have done in the last 10 months and how you have improved the lives of the poor and the downtrodden, because remember, when you all were in opposition, that's the only people you all were talking about. You all were the de facto defenders of the poor and the downtrodden and the unemployed. Every time Kamla, not Kamla, right? Because if we had to go by the pronunciation, as articulated by Up North yesterday. Her name is not, he don't like Cam, he likes Kem. So it's Kemla, all right? So let's get it right. So every time Kemla, Pasaya Bisessa, found a microphone in her face, she would always start off by saying everybody's suffering. People can't afford to put food on the table. They can't afford to feed their children. Can't afford to send their children to school and pay their bills. Every time. And everything was about the poor and the poor and the PNM oppressing the poor and all of that. That is what they said. For 10 years. They all had all the statistics and all the data. So this was your opportunity to come now. Quote statistics and figures and tell the population, this is how many people lost their jobs. So we know the CSO is stating at least 12,000, right? From the second quarter of 2025. They came into office and assumed office from the second quarter of 2025, right? Second month in the second quarter. And we're looking at least 12,000 based on what the CSO said. Now, when they were in opposition, when they were campaigning, at no point in time did they ever tell the population that you would lose jobs. No, they had all these solutions. When Dr. Rowley said, well, here what, all you want 10%, no problem. You could get 10%, you know. But you might very well find that 10% might cost you your job because the government and the state cannot afford to pay you the 10%. They took him to task, raked him over the coals, put them in office, and they will give you 10%. That's what they said. They will find the money. At no point in time did they say, we will find the money by firing the poorest of the poor. Instead, they told you we will create 55,000 jobs. They've created 1,800 low-paying jobs. The same jobs that your prime minister basically spat on last week when she made that statement about if you fail your exams, then your only option are low-paying, menial low-paying jobs, or you could become a PNM MP. And the circus laughs at that, and they find that to be funny. All right? But I would tell the Prime Minister, none of the 13 PNM MPs are before the courts. None of us have any charges against us. None of us are the subjects of any police investigation. None of us out on bail. Okay? The same cannot be said for members opposite. None of us find ourselves the subject of a civil suit with allegations of having stolen hundreds of millions of dollars. None of us in that situation. That is the reality on the government side. All right? Just making that point. And let's see. I will not, yeah. So I see Kishan Ali has joined us. Good morning to you. Or good afternoon to you. But it is too early for me to allow you to distract from the facts. Because here you are every Sunday. Okay? Because truth is addictive and you can't help yourself. Because I'm sure there's other things you could have go and look at. But here you are. So good afternoon, Kishan. And when the others jump on as well. So coming back to Friday, and I want to correct the record. So when I contributed to the motion, and I think it's important for me to read the particulars, the recitals of the motion before I go further. All right? For the benefit of people like Kishan. Let me get this here. Let's know. Right. So I was making the point that so let me get this here. Private members, they belongs to the opposition. And that is the day, I think it's the last Friday of the month, when we can debate any issue. But what I wanted to highlight, see the difference between how we, the PNM and opposition, operate and how the UNC operated when they were in opposition. Fundamental difference, because you see, when we go to the Parliament chamber, we are there to deal with the seriousness of the people's business, the people who put us there, who voted for us and put us there. Right? We're not there about to play games and all that foolishness as they used to do when they were in opposition. So I give you an example. We felt that there was a need to speak to this issue. The 13 of us, and the 28 of them, 12 26 because the two rubber stamps from Tobago, they don't have the issue of persons having lost their job in CPEP and URP and so on, because the CPEP model in Tobago is different because it is administered by the Tobago House of Assembly. It doesn't have the contractor component and all of that, right? So CPEP still exists in Tobago. It does not exist. It was shut down in Trinidad. So the 26 of them, the UNC side, every one of them had CPEP contractors in their constituency. It means that when they shut down the program, all of the CPEP workers in their constituency would have lost their jobs. Likewise, the URP workers, which just as they were in our constituencies, in theirs as well, forestry workers, HDC workers, WASA workers, public servants whose contracts were not renewed. The same situation that we face every week when we go to our constituency offices, assuming that they go to their constituency offices and that they have a constituency day, they too should be experiencing the same thing. In fact, they should have more people coming to see them than us because they're in government. They control the reins of power. And therefore, people would be more inclined to go to them because if they go, well, my MP is a minister and they have power and they could give me a work, right? As opposed to us, because when people come to see me, and I could speak for my own situation, every week when I get to my office, there is a manila folder on the desk with the listing for the day. And first thing I do, when I put down my briefcase, I open the folder to see how many people I have to see and what is the reason they're coming to see me for. More often than not, if I have 20 people coming to see me, bet your bottom dollar 15 of them are coming to see me looking for employment. And the majority of them are former CPEP workers and URP workers coming to see me, right? So I assume the same thing happens when they have their constituency office day, so that when we speak of this issue, for them to come and say that our motion is frivolous and without basis and so on is dishonest in the extreme. Dishonest in the extreme. Because when people from their constituencies could be sending me messages on Facebook Messenger reaching out to me for help because they went to their MP and they got no help, it speaks volumes. And that is what they didn't want. That is why they shut down the debate. That is why they brought the motion to an end, because they didn't want us to continue to highlight what they have done and the impact that it has had, and to show up the hypocrisy. That while they said when UNC wins, everybody wins, that is not happening, right? Unless we spell body, D-U-D-D-Y. And then that is happening, because all the bodies winning, whether they're putting them on state boards, whether they're getting contracts or whatever it is happening. But that's the situation that's taking place, right? So we were supposed to have 3 persons speak on Friday. Simon, member for Diego Martin Central, Keith Scotland, member for Port of Spain South, and we also had Brian Manning was supposed to speak. But because of how the session started, with the questions and so on, and then the speaker lecturing and all of that different thing and the exchanges, it took up some time. So based on our calculation, there would have been sufficient time for our 3 persons to speak and 3 people to speak on the government side. And then that would have taken us to 6 o'clock, when based on the standing orders, private members' day ends. So unless the government raises a motion on the adjournment, then we all pack up and we go home to a date to be fixed. Or as they say, sometimes sine die, right? That didn't happen on Friday. So what happened? Mr. Murila would have spoken, second speaker on the government side, and his contribution came to an end around 4:27, 4:28 or so. Normally, we would go to the tea break at 4:30, and we would for 45 minutes, and we would come back at 5:15. So what should have happened is that when Mr. Murila was finished speaking, the speaker should have announced that he's suspending the sitting for 45 minutes so that we could go to the tea break and come back at 5:15, and at which point Scotland would have spoken, and assuming that he took his 45 minutes, that would have taken us to 6 o'clock, and then the sitting would have been adjourned, and then we were supposed to deal with the president's statement, proclamation with respect to the state of emergency, that did not happen, because after Mr. Munilal spoke, and really and truly, much of what he said and nothing was the same, he decided to quote Standing Order 52, which allows a member to put the question to have the debate wound up. All right? And because they have the majority, once the question is put and the vote is taken, obviously, all those in favor, all those against, right? So we would have lost. And we protested that on the basis that they were going to have their way and bring the motion to an end. And we still had 2 persons carried to speak. And had it gone the way we expected, when the session would have been adjourned at 6 o'clock, that motion would have carried over to the next private members' day later on in this month, where we would have continued the same motion and 3 more persons would have spoken again, and we would have gone so until all 13 of our members would have spoken on the motion. And then that would have been the end of that, unless the government wished to carry it on and, they speak. But that didn't happen. And we protested. So let me just get this the motion here, right? Because if you listen to Munilal on Friday, he was talking about the motion is baseless and it's wide and all kind of thing. Let me get this here. So, right, let me see if I get this here. It should also be noted, private members, they were supposed to have been Friday before. And because they wanted to bring the FATF bill, there was discussion between the Chief Whip and the Leader of Government Business, Barry Padrath, and a decision was taken that we would allow them their motion to take precedent and that we would defer private members' day to Friday gone. So you see, we are always accommodating, no? We could have said, no, we're not debating that. This is private members' day, and according to the standing orders, this is what it is, and we are going to speak. And to hell with all it. Well, you could call a session Monday if you want, Tuesday if you want, but no, we said, okay, no problem. You all say this is urgent and in the best interest of the country, no problem. We will give way, and we will allow you all to do what you need to do. And then this is what they turn and do to us. Let me see if I find the motion here. Just where is it? Let's get this here. Right. So I know I had it here. Just give me 1 second to load this up. 25, 26, 15, 31st. 21st. Just give me 1 second, folks. Let me just find. Right, I think this is it here. Just now, 1 second. Where did this thing go? Right. People, right. So the motion that Karim had raised, and it reads, 1. Whereas it is the responsibility of the government to safeguard the well-being of citizens and to promote conditions that enable a decent standard of living, and whereas recent reports of mass termination and non-renewal of contracts across public bodies, state agencies, and local government entities have resulted in a perceived marked increase in unemployment in several vulnerable and at-risk communities. And whereas press reports indicate that these developments have disproportionately affected single mothers, female-headed households, youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, thereby intensifying food insecurity, school absenteeism, mental health strain, and the risk of exploitation and social exclusion. And whereas increased unemployment and reduced community engagement correlate with heightened risks to public safety and social stability, and may adversely affect local commerce, micro-enterprise sustainability, and prospects for inclusive growth. And whereas sound public administration requires transparent decision making, fairness in employment practices, and appropriate measures to cushion socio-economic shocks on vulnerable groups, be it resolved that this Honorable House take note of the socio-economic impact of increased unemployment in communities arising from mass terminations and non-renewal of contracts and of the resulting breakdown in community and social life. Be it further resolved that this government urgently respond to this developing socio-economic crisis by immediately providing adequate and meaningful social relief measures. All right? So that's it there. And as I started off by saying, this was a golden opportunity if the government says that everything here is false, everything here is frivolous, baseless, makes no sense, that what the opposition is presenting here is untrue, that Trinidad and Tobago is in fact a veritable utopia, nobody's suffering, nobody's unemployed, even the people who lost their jobs, that they are doing well, the state is taking care of them, so there is no need for the Honorable House to take note of the socio-economic impact of the increased unemployment in communities. So basically what the government is saying is that no, there's no mass unemployment. That's just a figment of the People's National Movement's imagination. And they felt there was no need to continue the debate on this motion because, hey, all of you all who are unemployed, the government says, no, you're all not unemployed. You're just imagining things. You're saying you're unable to pay your bills. No, that's not true. PNM tell you to say that, but that is not true. And what was interesting in the contributions of those who spoke on the government side is that rather than defend their position, rather than debunk what we are saying and to tell the population, well, this is what we've done for the last 10 months and this is how we've improved the lives of the citizenry. Instead, all they could do was to come back and rehash and regurgitate the nonsense they've been speaking for the last 10 months about what happened under the previous 10 years, what happened under the PNM, and the PNM did this and the PNM did that, and under Rowley they did this and they did that. The population deliberated on everything that you all speak about. The population deliberated on that on April 28th last year. You all said you would do better. You all said you would fix it. Okay? And the population, significant number of people decided that they were going to withhold their votes from the People's National Movement and they would not vote at all. And some of them decided to cast their lots with you all based on the promises that you made to do better and to fix and to improve their lot in life. So to come and tell us, 10 years and blah, 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 and they did this and the PNM did that, that's all they could do. They could not defend their position to justify, we did this, yes, we sent home people, but we had to do it because. We did it because of this is the outcome, and this is what we have in place to be able to treat with that, the fallout from that. None of them did that. Instead, come to justify the foolishness to tell you, well, the PNM did this, and the PNM is hypocritical to come and say this, and they care about the people, when this is what they did. That when they came in 2015 and in 2016, they put locks on the gates and the doors at URP, and they sent home people, and they fired people, and all of that. And so therefore, and they took away 18,000 food cards, and this is what they did, and this is what they did, so they shouldn't come now and talk about hardships. And the 41 of us in the parliament, while we are having this exchange, people outside are struggling. And I genuinely believe that sometimes parliamentarians forget why we are in that chamber, right? It is not about us. It is not about our personal exchanges and relations. It is not about that. Because the people, the hundreds of thousands of people who went to the polls and put the 41 of us there, they sent us there to look after their well-being, to debate their issues and to create laws to improve their lives. Not for us to go and sit down in the chamber and engage in unnecessary banter and so on. And it is unfortunate that the country suffers because of the relationships between members on the government side and members in the opposition side, regardless of who sits on either side. And so those of us who are new MPs who would have gone in there and we said, look, let us make an effort to shift the paradigm. This is how it was before. We are going in there new. We have no issues with these people. We don't know them. They don't know us. And therefore, we are not going in there with any animosity. It's a brand new start. We are here to serve the people and to assist the people. But they clearly have an agenda. They have access to grind, and oh boy, they plan to grind it. And so for the 10 years that they sat in opposition, and the millstone that was around their necks, now that they are in government, oh boy, they just decide, well, you know what? We'll give it to them. So that when I hear the member for Shogunas East talking on Friday about they know how the thing does go and they know how it is operate, that's how it's supposed to operate. So do them back. They do us this, so therefore we in government now and we're going to do to them what they did to us, or what we perceive they did to us. Now they're on the government side and they understand the challenges of governance. They understand the challenges that you're not always able to do the things that you wish to do. You're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and they figure, yes, we're in government and we could pave road. And how many roads have they paved? All they're doing is patching. And if you listen to the Parliament on Friday, one of the questions that was put by the member for Diego Martin Central, Simon De Nobrega, to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, the acting Prime Minister, had to do with paving works or resurfacing works that were supposed to take place in his constituency, on a major road in his constituency. And the minister would have gotten up to indicate and to inform the member and the nation at large that patching works will begin in about 2 weeks or whatever as the case may be. Patching. He didn't ask about patching. He made it clear. Resurfacing meaning we want the road paved. So you do the milling, you dig up the road, and you put down a fresh surface. Not patching. But after they were in opposition and promised to put us back on the roads in a terrible state and we will fix the roads, and how they're fixing the roads? By patching the roads. Why is that? Is it because you all don't have the money to pave, to repave, and you could only do patching now? But when the PNM was telling you we don't have the money, people like Kishan and them will say, oh, they lie and they this and they that. They weren't prepared to accept that we don't have money to pave the roads when the PNM was in power. But now that their party in power, oh yes, we're happy to accept that. We're happy to accept patching. We're happy to accept that you all don't have the money to pave the roads. We would not have tolerated it under the PNM, but the UNC is in power. And if for 5 years you all tell us you don't have money to pave the roads, we will accept that. If you all tell us for 5 years all you could do is patch, and in a few months you come back to have a patch again because the original patchwork didn't work, it's okay. We will accept that. Under the PNM, 60-something murders in less than 60 days. We would not have tolerated that. We would have called for Rowley to go and Hines to go and this one to go, for the whole government to go. But under the UNC, which is our party, we will accept 60-something, 62 and 63 murders in 59 days. We will accept that. You know why? Because our government in office and we don't care. So we are not concerned with that. That is people like Kishan and Caribbean Soul and the rest of them. That is their mindset. Crime is only a problem. High murders and high incidents of home invasions is only an issue and a problem when the PNM is in power. But when the UNC is in power, they've developed the patience of Job. So as long as it takes the government to treat with the problem, they can take as much time as they want. All of a sudden, their tolerance level is at that. But under the PNM, yeah, it was below the white line. So it was never about country. It was never about the well-being of the country and bringing down the crime. It was never about that. It was about highlighting these things to get rid of the PNM because you don't support the PNM. So we will tolerate nonsense under the UNC, things that we had no patience for under the PNM. We will tolerate that. Hypocrisy in the extreme. And that is why we will continue in this cycle. You know why? Because you all don't call out your government or your party when they're doing nonsense. When the PNM in power, you all have 2020 vision. Well, you could see everything that wrong, every issue. But when you're in government now, and your government facing the same situation, all of a sudden, well, they get cataract and glaucoma. No, I can't see. We can't see the roads in a mess. We can't see that. No, no, no. Well, I can't see that. No, the crime figures, we can't. Well, we can't fault all you, because when the PNM was in power, it was very easy to find out how many murders, what the year-to-date murder figure was. Because everybody, all these UNC operatives know where to go and find these statistics and post it up. But now that their party is in power, it's different, right? All of a sudden, they don't know where to look anymore. So instead of getting murder statistics and gruesome photographs of the persons who were murdered, what we getting? Posts with respect to oil prices and the weather. That's what we getting. Advertisements for parties and so on. No more daily statistics about about murders. A shooting take place now, rest assured, in 5 minutes' time, it posts up. Sometimes with incorrect information. The person who was shot was declared deceased, but they're in hospital, being treated, but they already declared dead and the murder rate gone up. But now, we don't know where to find these figures. So you're struggling. Was the murder rate yesterday, by of course? Can't find it now, You're going on certain people's Facebook page, the figures that they have, incorrect. It ain't moving. The needle not moving. You hear in reports about people get killed, but like they didn't get those statistics, that information as yet. No. But they have tolerance level. So they come to the Parliament on Friday, and that was planned. That was planned. They knew that. Okay, because how it works, we don't just decide when we come in the chamber and whoever wants to speak, speak. If you have something to say, just put up your hand or stand up and catch the speaker's eye. It doesn't work that way. Or maybe it works that way on their side. But on our side, we meet, we discuss, we have caucus. Sometimes our caucus goes for 2.5, 3 hours. We debating with each other. What is your position on this motion or this bill that is before us? Are we going to support? And everybody, we go around the room. Okay, what's your position? What is your take? What are your thoughts on this bill? You articulate your position. Well, I went through it and I do have a read clause this, clause that. I have an issue here. Could you provide me with some clarity on this clause, that clause, because I'm not an attorney. So we lean on those who are the attorneys in the group to help those of us who are not attorneys. All right? And it's not just the 13 of us in the lower house, because anything that is debated in the lower house will eventually go to the Senate. So when we convene our caucus, once they are sitting, so the 6 members of the Senate and the 13 of us, the 19 of us, we sit and we meet and we discuss and we talk. So we don't just go to the chamber and say, well, whoever wants to talk, yes, but we don't make up our minds, this is what we're going to vote. No. There's extensive and lengthy discussion that takes place before we go to the chamber. And even when we get there, we would listen to the contributions of members of the government. And if they say something that makes sense, that might cause us to think, well, all right, maybe we need to rethink the position. Or sometimes when we go to the tea break, we will go to the caucus room and we discuss, so, based on this and that was said, what do you think? You think it's something we could support? So we say, all right, it's for the benefit of the country, so we may not agree with everything, but for the greater good, let's support. And we would decide, okay, who are our speakers? Who are the persons who are going to speak on this matter? Decide this one based on their professional background, based on their experience and their expertise. We will say, okay. So we knew when we went to the Parliament on Friday, the 3 people who were supposed to speak, Simon de Nobrega, Keith Scotland, and Brian Manning. All right, so they had their contribution prepared. But I would imagine that a decision was taken in advance on the government side that the 2 speakers would have been Vandana Mohet, because when last we adjourned on this motion, she had started to speak and she still had time. And then Munilal came to speak. And when he was giving his contribution, in fact, he alluded to the fact that he would have gone to Hansard and he would have gone over the contributions of the members of the opposition who had spoken. Myself, Nian Gatsby-Dolly, Kareem. He made copious reference to Kareem's contribution. But again, lacking substance, rather than come and defend and your position and debunk what the motion says and demonstrate to the population that the opposition is being alarmist and the hardships that they're preaching, doom and gloom, is non-existent. Instead, you come to attack Kareem to talk about how some company that get contract, CPAP contract, and how much money, and who didn't declare their interest and all this kind of thing. But could not defend your government to say, this is what we have done, this is the reality. Because they know what the truth is. And this is the contempt that they have for you. All those of you who didn't pass the exam and who work in low-paying menial jobs. But I would want to tell the Prime Minister that there is no job in this country, or any country for that matter, that you should look down on. Because even if it is that you might not want your children to aspire to become cleaners, CPAP workers, garbage collectors, all of these positions are very important. Because if the Parliament didn't have cleaners, all right, we would be having sessions in a dump. You said Trinidad and Tobago is a lawless dump. We saw the situation recently with the pile-up of garbage across the country, and people were complaining. But who picking up the garbage? What is the salary of a garbage collector? So while you would want to look down on these jobs, they vote good. You don't mind the vote. Yeah, but if you fail your exams, your only options are low-paying jobs and to become a PNM MP. But clearly she isn't aware, or she ought to be aware, that there are a lot of people in this country who fail their exams and are doing very well. Very well, right? Because not everybody is taken to academia. Some people are good with their hands. Some people might not have a full CXC or O-level or A-level certificate. But guess what? They're running a successful business because they have a business head. And they realize, well, okay, I didn't pass the exam, but what can I do? And they find their niche, what they are comfortable with, what they're good at. And I always give the example of when I was at St. Mary's College and there were these brothers, they were twins. One was super bright, and the other one, we used to have a running joke. We used to tell him, like, the bright one, like, he took all the intelligence when they were in their mother's womb. And the next one, right, wasn't bright at all. But, came to CIC because, there's that 20% thing and whatnot. And while he may not have been bright academically, give that man a carving knife and a piece of wood and he would blow your mind. That was his skill. Give him a paintbrush and a sketch pad, or a pencil and a sketch pad, and look at and see him work magic. And there were those of us who were passing all the exams and getting 80s and 90s and A's and A+ every term. But give us a carving knife and a piece of wood, right? And we totally clueless. No idea what to do. Give us a sketch pad and a pencil. Couldn't draw to save our lives. But that was his skill. That was his ability. Not everybody is like that. So while those of us who are passing the exams and we're happy, and when we get our report book and we see it, yes, 85%, 90%, and when you look at all the different subjects and high marks, guess what? When he looked at art and graph, he was getting higher marks than those of us who were scoring the high marks in the other subjects. Right? So when you want to tell people that nonsense, but failing your exams mean your only option is low-paying jobs or to become PNM MPs, I would have to know all of us on the opposition bench, we are all qualified, right? Very much so. Okay? All of us passed our exams. All of us had professional careers and professional lives before we became members of Parliament. And we don't have to worry if today or tomorrow an election is called and the population, the voters decide that they want to put us out. All of us have professional lives that we could go back to. In fact, most of us continue to maintain our professional lives outside of being MPs. Most of us, or perhaps even all of us, right, still have our professional lives. So we don't have to worry that if we lose our seat in an election, oh Lord, what we going to do? The sky going to fall down, and I don't know how I'm going to live. No. All of us have lives that we could go back to. I'm not even say go back to because we still practice it. But that is the level of disrespect that your Prime Minister has for the non-academically inclined. Some of the children who fail in the exams, madam, is not because they're not bright. It's because they don't have access to the material. They don't have access to the books. Because your government took away their parents' jobs. And so the parents don't have the money to buy the textbooks for them. And when we're talking about doing exams, not the entire component isn't always you come to class on a particular day and you sit down and you write an exam and that is it. As the former minister of education, you should understand how the education system works. Because to pass some of these exams, there is a SBA component. There is a component that requires you to do certain projects. So 100% of the mark doesn't come from the written exam. But when it is that these children are unable to do that part of it, when they can't focus in class, you know why? Because their belly is rumbling. Because their parents don't have food to feed them. When they're failing exams, not because they're not bright, but because they're missing school, because their parents don't have the money to pay passage for them to go to school. Their parents don't have the money to buy shoes for them to go to school. As we saw with the poor young man, he had a pair of shoes, but he was being bullied. They only have 2 school shirts that wash out. All right, and maybe their parents don't have the money to be able to purchase simple things like laundry detergent for them to wash the shirts. Because they have to make a choice. They have 2 and 3 children, maybe 4 children. And we have to decide, well, okay, you will go to school Monday, you will go Tuesday, you will go on Wednesday. Because we could only afford to send one at a time. Why? Because mommy was working CPEP, daddy working CPEP, or mommy working forestry and daddy working URP, and both of them unemployed since June, July last year, thanks to your government, and they are unable to provide for their children in that respect. So not everybody who fails their exam fails because they're not bright. It is because of their economic circumstance, some of them that has been worsened by the actions of your government, that they can't afford to go to school, to purchase the books to be able to do their schoolwork. All of that is very important. And as somebody who prided herself in growing up poor and working in the fields with my parents and we struggled and so on, you should have intimate knowledge and familiarity with what it is to struggle in a poor household. But it seems you've forgotten that. Earning $87,000 a month as Prime Minister and probably over $30,000 as a Member of Parliament, and comfortable because the state providing all of your needs, you have a fleet of cars and you have a whole prime ministerial residence that you're not using, and you have a diplomatic center and everything is good for you, and wherever you go, your supporters want to treat you like a queen and a goddess. It seems you have forgotten that part of your life. Or have you deliberately chosen to forget and you only remember when it's convenient? When you need to give the impression that, hey, well, you know, I understand fully, and you will give your story every once in a while, and then you put it away until the next time you need to use it. But there are people in this country who continue to live that reality every day, madam. And I don't know if you have constituency office day or if you have somebody who sits in for you, but if you do, then you should be aware of that. And while it is you and the members of your government wish to give the impression that it is only PNM constituencies that have poor people, and only PNM constituencies that has crime, and only PNM constituencies has poor infrastructure, we all know the truth is far from that. All right? Because it's not only in PNM constituencies you have people using outhouses and latrines, madam. We know that UNC, the majority of UNC constituencies, the traditional ones that you all have held, a lot of them are still very rural. And while you all may seek to paint PNM constituencies as being the worst of the lot, same and sometimes even worse exists in your own constituencies. Perhaps you should give an account of your stewardship as the Member of Parliament for Siparia for however long, the 2+ more decades. What have you done in your constituency of note, of significance? Recently, when I asked this question of Fall Street, Anselm LeBon, who has become your #1 defender, who for years professed to be the greatest PNM supporter there is, right? Used to challenge me on the radio, challenge Google and Tain and the rest of us, always coming with bogus statistics. But figure because When Dr. Rowley went to New York sometime in 2014 or so, and he decided to roll out the red carpet for Dr. Rowley, as he says, Dr. Rowley and his entourage came to his home and he gave them the best food and the best alcohol and rolled out the finest silverware and china and so on, and felt that perhaps they should have given him something, in particular a property in downtown Port of Spain that he wanted to create something called from the Lavantil to Wall Street Foundation or some nonsense like that, and because he didn't get it. But always boasting he's PNM, putting up pictures in his PNM jersey and PNM bandana. But today, he's the strongest UNC defender. Strongest defender of Kamala Persad-Bissessar, more so than some of her own longtime loyalists. Nothing good to say about the PNM, attacking everybody. From Penny, come down. Right? People like that who come out to defend you now. And when I asked them the question the other day, so tell me one thing that Kamala of significance that Mrs. Persad-Bissessar did in her constituency of Siparia while she's been there. Come to give me a sort of generic nonsense that she pave roads and water and all kind. No, that's not what I'm asking. This is just basic. That's government things. What did she do of significance? Can't quote it. Can't tell me. All right? Imagine she was the member of parliament for Siparia and wasn't aware that the fire station in her constituency was without a fire tender. Right? Such that a fire took place in her constituency. Mother and daughter died in the fire. And only then did she find out. You know, because the fire station had to come all the way from Princestown or wherever it is. Did she offer condolences? Did she go to the funeral? Did she visit the wake? Did she send communication to the family? These are two of your constituents. No reports of that. Right? Oh, but she's the greatest thing ever since sliced bread. We come into the meeting yesterday. Come into that. Started deal with Friday first. All right? So, to the supporters, and I see some of their supporters talking about, oh, the PNM abandoned our motion. And how do you abandon a motion that was brought to a premature end? There was nothing to abandon. We walked out because we sought to protest what was taking place. And when we realized that the speaker was not inclined to hear our arguments, was not inclined to protect the rights of the minority, as stated in the standing orders, we thought it best to walk out. We would not be a part of that sham. Speaker said that his discretion in the matter is very narrowly circumscribed, his words. And once the motion is put, he has no choice, no discretion. He has to put the question. So we walked out. Debate it all yourself. Because if you all have no respect for private members' day, and when they were in opposition, they showed they had no respect for private members' day. How? I'll tell you. How they were playing games when they were in opposition. Because I noticed too, when I'm reading some of the comments under the post related to Friday's walkout, the supporters, karma is up. When they were and when they was in government, the green hair or the purple hair woman, referring to Bridget Anizette George, the then speaker, well, she was biased and she said they do the UNC this and shoot on the UNC. And you see, they will talk that rubbish because what the members of the government today successfully did was to convince the population that Bridget Anizette George was biased. And how they used to do that? If they had to bring this very same motion, you know what they would have done? They would not have utilized private members' day, which allows them to debate whatever it is they want. They don't have to get the permission of the speaker and so on. You file a motion and you come and you debate it between the hours of 1:30 and 6 p.m. That's all you own. They never used to do that. What they used to do? They would come and file the motion as a matter of urgent and definite public importance. Because the country is being impacted by this, and this is an urgent matter. And they would file it under the incorrect standing order because they know the conduct and the operations of the House of Representatives and the Senate is guided by these standing orders as agreed to by the members of each house. Members past and to some extent members present. There have not been amendments to the standing orders in a while, albeit that the current speaker would have acknowledged over the last 10 months that there needs to be some sort of revisit with respect to certain standing orders to make amendments as necessary based on situations that have developed in the current 13th Parliament. Right? But that is what they would have done. And they did it over and over and over, rather than utilize. And I was not in Parliament at the time. I was not schooled. I am learning now in the ways that Parliament operates. But I used to ask that. Those of you who used to listen to me on 91.9, I used to ask the question, why isn't the UNC using private members' day? Why do you continue to raise this issue as a matter of urgent and definite public importance, however they say it? Because we've not raised any such motions in the last 10 months, right? Almost 1/5 of this government's tenure has gone, right? We utilize what is available to us. Because as I told you all before, we file questions, tons of questions, 15 questions, 20 questions, we get 2 approved. 3 approved. And on a good day, if we get 4 or 5, it's cause for celebration. But that is what happens. So rather than do what the UNC used to do and run the risk of the speaker shutting down the motion, we utilize private members' day. And I used to ask the question, why aren't they using private members' day when you don't need the permission of the speaker? And I understood that it was confirmed for me very early on in my tenure as MP when I was attending the training sessions. And I asked the question, when the facilitators would have informed us, the new members, that, look, this is what happens. When you all file questions, you file motions and so on, it has to come before the Secretariat. They would look at it before they submit it for approval. They would vet it, and they would make changes, and they would recommend changes and tell us, well, okay, to improve the chances of this question being approved, we think you should phrase it this way, or frame it that way, or maybe, or raise this motion under this standing order instead of this standing order, so that you are counseled to improve the chances of your question or your motion being approved by the speaker, whoever. And I was informed that what the UNC used to do deliberately is to raise these motions that seemingly is in defense of the population and the poor and the downtrodden and so on, under the wrong standing order, deliberately, knowing that the speaker would reject it on the basis, not that she wasn't satisfied that it was urgent, that it was important, that it was definite. No, she would reject it solely on the basis that it was raised under the wrong standing order. And given that the House of Representatives and the Senate operates based on standing orders, she had a responsibility to ensure that it is being debated under the correct standing order. And just go back and look and you will see more often than not that when Bridget and Lizette George would have rejected a motion brought by the UNC to be debated based on urgent, definite public importance, that she would say, I am not satisfied that this matter was raised under the correct standing order, and I would invite members to refile the motion under the correct standing order. And they never would. Instead, they would run on the Monday night forum to say, well, we raised this issue. We wanted to talk about flooding, or we wanted to talk about poverty and loss of jobs and how people are impacted by the closure of the refinery. And the speaker shoot it down, and the speaker said that it is not important, and so on. And then they would create a narrative, the speaker biased against the UNC. The speaker say that this is not important, and the speaker said that was not the case. And that was the nasty, dirty strategy that they used to use when they were in opposition, which is why the supporters will continue to talk that garbage today and say that Bridget and Lizette George was biased. But we're not going down that road with them. Because when we bring a motion like that, like the one that I just read for you all, we intend to debate it. We're not just coming to bluff, to create a narrative. We don't have to create a narrative to say that the speaker is biased. All right? We don't have to do that and pretend and bring motions to set up the speaker to reject it, and then for us to run and hold a press conference and see that the speaker rejected and the speaker said this and what. We don't have to do that. You all just have to look at the Parliament channel and form your own conclusion. So we don't have to play those games. When we bring motions like these, we are serious to debate it. And if you listen to the contributions and the content of our submissions, you will see that we are serious. Which is why when I spoke on this motion, I confined my contribution to my reality in my constituency and what I face every week. So they can't come and rebut and tell me that my reality is not reality. I work with my receipts. That is why I worked with my listing from the Thursday before. And I indicated that what I read out there mirrors what I see and experience every single week. So if I were to go and tell my office manager, copy and send me all of the listings for every Thursday that I have seen constituents, so that I could tell the population and read out each one so they could see, look at here, we have names, we have addresses, and we have phone numbers. These are real people. So if they figure we're making this up, we could say, look my whole file of listings here. Go and call all these people and ask them if they're looking for work. If you feel we making it up and we lie, go and ask them. All the people who are looking for food support and hampers, look the listing here. You say that our motion is baseless and frivolous, vexatious. Well, all right, come. Look the listing just from Alabama Osaka. Go and call them. Call all these people and ask them. See if they exist. And if the issues raised here is what? And further to that, not just the listing, because there's a document that before the person comes into me, my office manager, come and bring me the first page, to which you would have attached the persons, if they're looking for work, their resume, their ID card, and other documents if it is that they're coming to follow up on an HGC application that has been languishing for years. You would have a copy of the card, the HGC card, and any other documents that they may have gotten from the HGC. So I have something to go through before I sit with the person. So when I look at the document in front of me, and sometimes I see looking for employment, former CPF worker, unemployed since, 3 children, 4 children, right, in need of food, desperate, no food, facing eviction, received notice from landlord. I see all of these things before the person comes in, so I have an idea as to what I'm going to be dealing with. So that when on Thursday last, my office manager comes in and she says, okay, this girl who coming in here, she on edge, right? Because she outside crying and she just ready to give up. She's at her wit's end. She's tried everything else. So I just let you know now, because she come in and she start to cry and you're wondering what is taking place. This is what her situation is. I say, all right, let me just go through this quick. Let her come. And then she comes in, and of course, trying to hold back tears as she's explaining to me what her situation is. Now she lost her job. She's been trying. She's sending resumes here, there, and everywhere, and nothing. And in between, of course, her voice would break, and you would see shed a tear or two and whatnot. And these people are not pretending. And this is what we deal with but they shut down a motion to discuss that. So as Munila said, this is a government's dream. This was your opportunity to shut down an argument that the PNM has been advancing in the public domain for the last few months. That's what you all should have come and say, no, they say, PNM say 50,000 people lost their job. That's not true. Look how many people actually lost their job. Nothing of the sort. They say we only hire 1,800. Well, no, that is not true. This is how many people we hired. This is where the jobs are. Nothing of the sort. What they do instead? Mr. Speaker, it's hypocrisy. They want to come here and talk about what they care about the people and they're defending the people. But when they were in office, for the 10 years they were in office, they did this and they did that and they did this. Because you cannot defend your government's record for the last 10 months. And the facts will be borne out that you all fired tens of thousands of people. Imagine, after accusing the PNM of firing so many people over the 10 years, they can't even agree on an actual figure. So they used to lie about the figures when they were in opposition, and now they're in government when they have access to all the documents, all of these statistics, and still can't get it right. So when the Minister of Finance, Dave Tanku, could come in the budget speech and tell us that over 10 years, the PNM fired 70,600 people. And then a couple months later, in a debate on this motion brought by the members of the opposition, you have the Minister of Public Utilities come to tell us the PNM fired 64,200 people in 10 years. Which is it? 70,600, 64,200. Which one? That's a big disparity, eh? Or 6,000 jobs. Which one? So you all still can't get it right. Because it's like they can't believe these figures. Oh my God, are they sure this right, by? We were telling the population is 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 people lost their jobs under the PNM over 10 years. And so when I heard Munilal on Friday say, well, he heard some members say there's 100,000 and 200,000. No, sir. The only person who made reference to those numbers of 100,000 and 200,000 on the opposition side was myself, and I was highlighting the lies that your party and the leadership of your party was telling from 2018, when the refinery was mothballed, to 2025, that every Monday night forum, you all were coming and telling people 100,000 people lost their job, 10,000 people lost direct jobs under Petrotrin, and the fence line communities is another 100,000 people, and all the contractors who were doing work for Petrotrin, and they had to send them their workers, and all that's what you all were saying, and the spill-off effects. And the vendors who used to sell food and the Petrotrin workers used to come and buy, and they could tell you everybody who was affected by the closure of the refinery. But couldn't agree on numbers. It was 100,000 people, 200,000 people. And then you come into government, and it's not even 100,000. Well, you're struggling. So you look at the documents, 64,000, well, you sure that right, boy? Nah, boy. It's only that. How many people we fired in the last 6 months? More than that. Oh, good Lord, Father. Hey, what? Well, you add 6,000 to that now, because see that 64,200 that looking too kosher. We need to amp up the figures. So add an extra 6,000 to that. But like Parliamentary didn't get a memo, or he didn't remember the figure that Tanku quoted on October 13th when he read the budget. That is in this document. This document here says 70,600, right? And then Parliamentary comes back in January and he says 64,200. So as I said in my contribution, give them another opportunity for them to quote statistics with respect to how many people lost their jobs under the PNM, and it might come down to maybe 58 or 52. And then maybe someday, before they demit office, we could get the correct figures. But hypocrites like Kishan and Caribbean Soul and the rest of them, this is not the PNM quoting these figures. Because even when you always say, and maybe that's why part of the reason why we're in opposition, because while you all and your leadership of your party were telling the population that 100,000 people lost their jobs and 200,000 people lost their jobs, the PNM wasn't defending their position. The PNM didn't take the decision to inform the population that, here what, that is not true. PNM didn't do that. Probably because the PNM thought, here what, we have a nation that is taken to justice, and one that is inclined towards a law-abiding government, right? So you have one government that is being accused of incompetence and another one that is being accused of criminal activity. And maybe we naively believed that the population cared more about having a government in office that, would take the tough decisions. As Dr. Rowley always says, don't fall in love with office. And if taking the tough decision means that we will be voted out of office, then so be it. But we are not governing for just today. We are governing for today, tomorrow, and later on down the road. Because we're not going to take the popular decisions today that are going to have deleterious consequences 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So let us take the tough decisions now and fix the situation and improve it down the road, rather than to kick the can down the road and then say, well, whoever in power then, they will deal with that. And it cost us. But again, maybe we were thinking, well, the population of the UNC is a set of crooks. And they're not going to put crooks back in office. They know what 2010 to 2015 offered. So notwithstanding all of the hate and the dislike and the contempt that they may have for the current administration, because the UNC convinced them that they were oppressed, that they would remember what happened between 2010 to 2015. But that didn't happen. Oh, it did. And some people say, well, I remember, so I'm not going to vote for the UNC. But I've vexed all you, so I ain't going to vote for you either. And I keep saying, it wasn't a concerted effort. The 98,000 people, because the figures was revised from 102 originally to 98. The 98,000 people who voted for the PNM in 2020 and did not vote for the PNM in 2025, they didn't all come and sit down in a room or log on to a Zoom meeting and hold discussions and say, well, here what? All of us are going to withhold our votes. We're not voting. That didn't happen. It was the compendium of the individual decisions So one person says, see me, my vote don't matter. My one vote ain't gonna make a difference. Yeah, I get 2 hours after vote, but you see me, man, but I need to go and vote. Now I live in a PNM constituency. So the PNM gonna win here anyway. So if I don't go and vote, but you thinking your one vote, your neighbor thinking the same thing, discussions are being had in your next neighbor's house where you have 8 and 9 votes, and one person influencing everybody else and saying, well, hey, Rowley so and so by ISPNM, but you see Rowley take 47%, you only care about yourself. Me about it. And that is 9 by so, by your one, by 1 so, by 2 so, and it adds up. But all these people aren't aware because they're telling themselves, well, my 1 vote or the 5 votes in this house will make a difference. Because we live in a Labre, and Labre is PNM. We live in Point 14, and Point 14 is PNM. So, and didn't realize that there were so many people thinking the same thing. Today, UNC is Labre and Point 14. And leaving PNM, people scratching their head and asking, how that happened, boy? How that happened? But I thought that was PNM safe seats. If it's one thing that the election in 2025 taught us, PNM has no safe seats. The UNC has safe seats. Because when you look at the margin and the number of votes that UNC, a lot of the UNC MPs get, 16,000, 17,000. PNM MPs don't get that. We don't get that. At best, the highest we might get, 12,000 and what was previously Aruka Maloney, now Trin City Maloney, Camille Robinson Regis. Everybody else after that, yeah. Because when PNM people vex, they take action. They wouldn't come on social media and do like the UNC and vent. They wouldn't do that. They listen on the sidelines. They read the comments. They engage in the conversations. And then they make up their mind. They're not voting. That's what they do. So, we, the members of the opposition, getting cussed. All ain't doing enough. All need to be more militant. And all need to do this and talk about this and talk about that. We didn't put ourselves in opposition. We offered you all 41 candidates. The UNC offered you 39. The only party to offer you 41 candidates was the People's National Movement. The Patriotic Front attempted, but they came up short because I think 4 or 5 of their candidates dropped out at the last minute because they said they were being intimidated and so on. And they made a valiant effort. But the PNM offered you 41, and you all decided to give us 13. And we have to work with that 13. All right? And so when we put a motion, and people find, well, they listen, and here it is, they listen to Munilal. And because Munilal making sense, when they listen to the motion and it was so wide and it was so this and so that, we had to make the motion wide. Because the speaker is one who is always inclined to confine contributions to what the motion says. So that when Nian was making her contribution and she sought to speak to the issue of schools and how students were being impacted with school absenteeism and so on, and she was focusing her contribution on that, the speaker got up several times and interrupted her to tell her that she needed to confine her contribution to the recitals and that none of the recitals applied to what she was talking about. And so she had to break her stride to explain to the speaker, well, one of the recitals speaks about school absenteeism. I'm trying to draw a reference to how certain decisions taken by the ministry is impacting and so on. So that if you create a very narrow and motion, then it doesn't give you much latitude to be able to speak to certain things unless members of the government in their contribution raise an issue and therefore you could respond, you could rebut. And then the speaker will say, well, if somebody on the government side gets up to say they're being irrelevant, the speaker could say, well, no, the member for so-and-so raised this issue and the member is not responding to that. But outside of that, you don't have latitude. So that is why you have to bring a motion that allows you the ability to be able to navigate with certain and bring in certain things. And so that is why we have to try to do that, because now, one of the points that stood out to me, the speaker, when Munila raised the question, proposed the motion that the debate be wound up. The Speaker, in seeking to defend that, said that 8 persons have spoken, and that in his estimation, there was a lot of repetition by all the members who spoke. Now, I don't understand how there could have been repetition when Nian sought to confine her contribution to education as the former education minister, and the same Speaker, right, would have reprimanded her on several occasions, warned her that her contribution was bordering on irrelevant and she needed to bring it back within the parameters of the recitals. None of the other 7 speakers did that. I didn't talk about anything with education. Mohit didn't talk anything about education. Munilal didn't talk anything about education. Padarat didn't talk anything about education. Neither did Kareem. I spoke to the realities of my constituency. Nobody else did that. So I am lost on how the Speaker could say that there was tedious repetition. And anybody who looks at the Parliament regularly and who has started to do so since this Parliament convened on the 23rd of May last year would know that any and every opportunity that presents itself for the UNC to jump up and try to disturb a member of the opposition on the basis of tedious repetition, they do it. They did it to Brian Manning first, and his contribution was cut short because the presiding officer agreed. They did it to me when we were debating the bill with respect to the increase in fines, and the deputy speaker was the presiding officer, and members opposite kept jumping up and talking about tedious repetition and so on, and she agreed and told me to resume my seat and cut my contribution short. Nobody at any point in the time that this particular motion was being debated on the government side got up to talk about any tedious repetition. And the Speaker, as the presiding officer, has full discretion, full authority, that if in his view a member is being tediously repetitious, he can get up and rein in the member and say, member, I think you're bordering, I've given you some latitude, but this was already discussed. This member already spoke to that issue. So if you have something else, please move on. He can do that, and he has done that in the past. But he is saying that 8 persons spoke, and at no point in time did he warn anybody about being tediously repetitious. But then when the motion is put, you say, well, I've listened, and there were 8 persons who spoke, and they were being mostly repetitious. If there was any repetition, it would have been because somebody was responding to something that a member on the other side said. I recall. So that was the only time reference would have been made to something that somebody else said, because somebody was responding. So when the member for Labre, Elder, when he was speaking and he talked about Carney Green, I spoke about Carney Green. I mentioned it to correct him and put on the record, and I referenced the newspaper article entitled Carney Green, Millions Spent Nothing to Show. So I was rebutting to him. When he spoke about the program for the upkeep of public spaces, POPs, I responded when he sought to boast about this program, and they set aside how much million and thing and how many people were hired, and they were doing such good work. And I got up and my contribution in responding to his reference to that program highlighted the fact, and I said that while the member sought to praise that program, what he failed to mention was that up to now, not 1 yellow cent has been paid to any of the participants in this program up to that point in time. None of them. Because the 2 names that I was afforded for this program, people were calling me to tell me, hey, what's going on, boy? We didn't get paid. It's 2 fortnights, 3 fortnights, and we didn't get paid yet. What's going on? They could find out. And so I referenced that. And to date, the government has not come forward to say, well, that is not true. And so I'm reading in today's Guardian about this very same program, that it has ended, the pilot program has ended, and the state is still owing some of these people. Some of them have not gotten paid. One of the names that I submitted, the guy has not gotten paid 6 fortnights. Not one has he received. And every time he's asking about his money, he's being given a runaround, to the point where he was told, well, go down to the head office, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government along Circular Road there, and make inquiries. He had no money to travel, so he reached out to me. I said, well, all right, come, I will drop you, because he don't know where it is. So I dropped him. And then he called me later on in the day. Well, when I dropped him off, of course, I had to give him passage to go back home, because he had no money, having worked from the 13th or so of December until the end of February, and no money. So he tells me, after having him sit down there for over 2 hours, the lady then comes to tell him, well, they can't find any of his checks. How? What kind of dolly house Khadija running in Kent House? That you could tell the man, well, we can't find any of your checks. 3 fortnights, 4 fortnights, 5 fortnights, so all the checks gone missing. And when you find the checks, you will let him know. So what is he supposed to do in the interim? Sit down and wait? How is he supposed to pay his phone bill to make sure that when you all call him, he receives the call? How is he supposed to pay his internet bill to ensure that he has data? Because all he's using is WhatsApp. So that when you all call him, right, that he could receive the call to be able to go and get his money. But you just tell him, well, we can't find the check, but when we find it, we will contact you. And I understand he is not the only person who has experienced that. So how the hell do you lose 2, 3, 4, 5 fortnights of checks for several different people? If it was one person, I could understand. But several people, based on what I read in this Guardian article today, madness. And this is supposed to be a pilot project. Well, if that is so, that pilot project has failed spectacularly. Failed. People gave up their labor when they could have been doing other things. How many men who worked on that program gave up the opportunity of a day work or two to build a house? They could have gotten pulled in on a job. They could have worked 2 3 weeks with a contractor to build a house or something and make money, and at the end of the week they get paid. But no. Well, you convince them, come, send names. And they thinking to themselves, well, all right, well, I better take this opportunity, because if I do my best and I work hard, I might finally be able to get into the corporation. Because this is something I was looking forward to for the longest while. So this might be my end. So let me take the opportunity. Even if 1 fortnight, 2 fortnights, 3 fortnights gone and I ain't get paid, but I digging in my heels because I'm looking at the long game that they might say, yeah, this fella working, he working hard, he good, we could keep him. Because they were told, on the first day of training, they were told, well, here what, the program is running for 13 weeks, but at the end of it, it's subject to renewal. And if it is that we find well, they're working good, we could keep you. You might get another 3 months until such time as they take a decision to permanently retain you in the corporation. And that's all that they're focusing on. So when they get up their bed early in the morning and they grab for the cutlass, which they had to provide, or their weed whacker, which they had to provide, to put on the uniform, which they had to pay for with money that they didn't have, to make their way to the meeting point so that they could board the maxi or the bus or whatever it is to take them to wherever it is they're going to work. All they're thinking of, this is my opportunity to get inside the corporation and I could have a job that I could hold on to. 13 weeks or whatever it is passed, or 3 months or whatever it is. We still have people, 6 fortnights, how many ever fortnights? Not 1 penny. So the little that they had, you all make them take it to buy uniform and buy tools and pay passage. Money that they could have used to provide for their households, and telling them a certain nonsense. The 1 month program that they had last month for Carnival, same thing. I read the WhatsApp message that was sent to Khadija for you all last week, where the person is saying, well, look, we were told we were getting paid on the 2nd of March, and now they're telling us it will take 2 weeks. And her response was that normally it takes 2 weeks to prepare the payroll. You didn't know that at the start of March? At the end of the first fortnight, because it's 2 fortnights. So you didn't know to start the process from then? But when you're receiving $60-something thousand as a minister, by from $1,000, $30-something thousand as an MP, because all of them who sitting on multiple committees and getting additional monies at the end of the month, you can't commiserate with these people and what they're going through. All right? Can't. But then want to come and tell us that our motion is baseless and frivolous. And that what we are highlighting doesn't exist. And so when you all could say, well, they had to shut down the program because of corruption. We are in month 11 of this government's tenure. Nobody get locked up. Nobody charged. Nobody under investigation. But they tell you it's corruption. PNM corruption. What was the corruption? Right? That the PNM sought to extend the contracts so that to ensure that these people had work. Not the contractors, the workers. To ensure, because we know that the UNC is vindictive and wicked and nasty. I would have done something like that. So to ensure that these people continue to have work, even though some of them voted for the UNC. In my constituency, there were 9 CPEP gangs. And I recall one of the contractors who was on my executive told me, say, MP, my whole gang vote in UNC, you know. He said, well, I tell them if they vote UNC, and the UNC come into power, they will shut down the CPEP program and they would have no work, so they better support you. I just tell them that. All 30 of them. If they vote for me, no, they went and vote for the other Dominic. Because when UNC wins, everybody wins. But despite the fact that the boss, the contractor, telling them, hey, UNC go shut down this program if they win, so know what they're doing, right? We supporting Romain. So, they might want to hear that. Run and support Smith. Yeah, tell UNC, when UNC win, everybody win. Today, all of them out of work. All of them out of work. They were warned. But then they come to me now to complain. What do you want me to do? I'm not in government. I offered myself to you all to give us the opportunity to be in government, to ensure that you continue to have a job. But you were looking at the grass on the other side. But you didn't know it was artificial turf. Looking green, but the PLM side looking, we seeing patches of brown hairs, we fed up here, we want to jump across there. Green grass. Right? And you went and give them your support. And when they tell it, open the gate and come inside now. And here we are. But wait, but this artificial, this is not real, this artificial grab. You fool me. Yeah. Maggie. Feel free to walk back out whenever you want to. Right? No, they get fooled. But now find we aren't doing enough. We are not in power. We have no power. All we could do is write. And they have no time with us. No time with us. So we have to do what we can. So that when the member for Shogunas wants to tell me, and I raise the issue of the poverty issue against the backdrop of the 19-year-old who was a former CPEP worker who could not afford to buy sanitary napkins and was using pieces of cloth, and having a young baby, I imagine she can't buy Pampers, diapers either. So, probably using pieces of cloth for the child too. And so I raised that issue because when I saw it in the budget document, I said, well, okay, this is something positive. So I raised it in my motion. I highlighted the plight of the 19-year-old. And the Minister of Social Development, member for Shogunas, decided to respond to me on that. Let's see if I get this here. Right? What she said. Let's see if I get it here, right? Yes, hold on. So I don't like to misquote them. Yes, let me get this here. Right. So that's too far back. All right, let me just go back a little bit here. This now. Okay, that's too far back. This now. Let me get this.
Speaker. And both seeing you and hearing you. So it's either you stop it or I propose to invoke 55-1. Okay? I'm sorry, what did you just say? Thank you. So move on, Shogunas.
Nah, so that was the speaker admonishing me for the crosstalk between myself and Shogunas East. All right? Because I was listening to what she was saying and I was responding accordingly. Her reading out what she claims is, testimonials that was sent to her by her constituents with respect to the good work and this some program that they had in place and it's good morning vans and so on. How many of your constituents can do that? How many of your constituents have your phone number, your personal number that they can send you a WhatsApp message and refer to you as vans? How many of them? or just the ones that you're good with? All of them are so fortunate to be able to do that? I just asking the question. I don't know. Many of them could do that. So in the crosstalk and stuff and thing, of course, so the speaker told me he's seeing and he's hearing me, and if I don't stop it, that he's going to invoke standing order 55, which basically would be to tell me to take a walk, right? Exit the chamber. 15 minutes or for the rest of the sitting or whatever it is. My response to him was, duly noted, Mr. Speaker. He didn't hear me the first time, and he heard his response was, excuse me, what did you just say? Duly noted, Mr. Speaker. All right? We continue. Let's...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to share with the member for Malabar Mausika, Mr. Speaker.
And I want to tell Shogunas East, the name of my constituency is Malabar Mausika, not Mausika. All right? Mausika, not Mausika. Get it together.
I have been an opposition MP. I'm now a government MP. I've been a councillor, a mayor, and since then, I've been distributing sanitary products to the people I represent without any government funding. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe David Martin Central can share with him, because he served in the ministry in the office of the Prime Minister under Gender and Child Affairs.
Sanitary pads?
Mr. Speaker, what I want to share with Malabar Mausika, I did it, many MPs do it, Muruga Tableland been doing it too in her constituency. But what I will share is get to work in your constituencies. Find innovative ways to help your people. Don't sit and only cry, and you have no way of serving your constituents.
So I want to tell her, all right, the needs of my constituents are great. And when people come to see me each week, it's not just about that. Okay? A lot of them looking for food support, which I spend money on from my pocket. When some people come and they receive a notice from their landlord who is about to throw them out, I get these things every week. Shogunas East, because I know you're listening. I dip in my pocket and I assist. Thanks to a lot of my followers here who have reached out. Right? I'm not going to call their names because I tell me those spoil their blessings. Who will call me and they say, hey, you have a bank account I could send some money to? I give them the constituency bank account. Don't send no money to my personal account. Send it to the constituency bank account so that we could, when Parliament comes to audit, they could see. Right? I'm not collecting no money from nobody. I good. I am good. All right? So accountability is important. When they call me or persons message me on Messenger and they say, I heard this, I heard you mention this, I want to help you. What can I do? Get the girl number for me, whatever. I want to donate 5 hampers. People just show up at my constituency office and they bring stuff, boxes, and they say, all right, well, I just want to help out. I want to do this. I want to do that. So we are finding creative ways, Madam Minister. So when you want to boast that you are opposition MP and you're dipping in your pocket and want to tell me about get up and work, I am working in my constituency. I don't have the facility like you to access fish, right? So you will not see me driving around 10 o'clock in the night on a microphone in the back of a truck calling out your residents to bring out your bag and bring out your containers and your terrine and your what have you to come and collect fish. I don't have that facility. Maybe if you want to send your contacts to Malabar Mausika, not Mausika, we would be happy to have that, right? So that we could provide. But we do what we can. And especially since you are saying that you experienced discrimination when you were an opposition MP, one would think that you would understand and appreciate and ensure that your government doesn't practice the same thing that you claim you all experienced. But as she said earlier in the debate, we know how the thing go. So apparently, when you're in government, you're supposed to punish the opposition. To what end? To what end? Because they figure out what? That the constituents will vote for you in the next election. People come to me and what they say? They say, I know you can't do much because you're in opposition. But I'm still trying. I'm going everywhere, wherever I could get the help. So wherever you could do, and they understand how the thing works. That is not how it should work. Because the resources of the state belongs to everybody. And I am saying if when the PNM was in power, they did that, that was wrong. I wasn't there. The one thing the UNC has taught me in the last 10 months is that when we get back into office, how not to behave, right? That is not how you govern. And if that has been the politics of the past, the time has come for it to stop, right? Because when constituents are suffering, they don't care about what happened in the parliament. They see what is in front of them. And we should not be denying people help because you don't like me, I don't like you, and we this, we fighting, and what, and you figure because I said something that you don't like, that you're going to punish my constituency. No, put that aside. Because you took an oath. I didn't take that oath, right? I didn't take the ministerial oath. I'm not a minister. You took that oath. Without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. To do right by all citizens. You took that oath. And anytime you can have a mindset, well, we know how the thing does work, that's how it, no. Then you have betrayed the oath. So then why take it? And only taking oath on Bible and Bhagavad Gita and the Quran and swearing by God and then coming into office and doing that rubbish? Can't be serious. Cannot be serious. But as I said, one thing they teach me every time I sit down in that parliament, and sometimes in that chamber, I'm like, I really do it here. What is this? This is not how it's supposed to be. But I just wanted to, let me see if I could go back there, right? Let me just get this here.
Speak about someone who could not get sanitary pads and so on in his constituency, can't afford, right? And Mr. Speaker, he wanted to know when can persons access these items and so on. The committee is doing its work, Mr. Speaker, and very soon the Ministry of the People would have presented their proposal already, and very soon this project will be run through the schools of this nation. Wow. Through the schools. Mr. Speaker, the member would have also asked about items, sanitary napkins and so on.
You heard what she said, right? In fact, earlier on when she was speaking to this issue, and she talked about she would have liked to have been able to respond to me when I debated on the 23rd or thereabouts at that point in time, because I am late with respect to that, and the cabinet already approved a committee and all of that. Well, it's a good thing I raised the issue because the country would not have known that the cabinet appointed a committee, that the committee is doing its work, right? But when she says that I was late, remember this debate was on the 23rd of January. I'm reading here from page 59. You see this here in bold here in black? It says here, this initiative will commence in January of 2026. When UNC wins, women and girls win. January of 2026. I asked that question on the 23rd. Where are we? We're in March. It hasn't started yet. Telling me what very soon. Very soon is when. Very soon is not a date. So when you want to come to tell me that I am late, I am not late, madam. You and your government late. 2 months late. Because you all said it would commence in January 2026. It's in this document here, this. I didn't write this. I had no contribution to this. So when I asked, how does one access it and when does it begin? Because it was January. This announcement was made since the 13th of October. So you are late, not me. Just want to make sure they get that clear. All right? Too late and all kind of foolishness. Do all the work, all they said, all they would do better. Do better. Right. So, we did not get around to the proclamation by the president of the implementation of another state of emergency. So after 7 months of state of emergency, well, they get a 1 month break. All who talking about, well, we just waiting until the state of emergency come to end in the 31st of January and be outside, we going on protest, and the mother of all protests. Where the mother of all protests? It happened yet? A set of bluffers. Only a set of bluffers. All they complaining, oh, the government betrayed and this and that. State of emergency ended. You all had a full month to let the government know how you felt. Peaceful protest. Not even that. Maybe 40 people, 50 people come out in Parliament. Little thing here, there, but nothing of significance. But you all keep complaining. So you suffer in silence. So you're now under another state of emergency. But as the Chief Whip would have announced on Friday, that there is nothing in the regulations that prevents citizens from engaging in peaceful protest. Right? Don't cause no ruckus. As you would have seen, the Nurses Association would have had a protest, I think, on Friday gone, where they invited workers of all the RHAs to come out and protest, I think, in San Fernando, and people came out and did their thing. Right? So there's nothing preventing you from protesting. But if it is that you need to write to the commissioner, so be it. If the commissioner denies, well, you have a case to argue in the public space. But why are we under another state of emergency? The government was boasting murders down by 42%. It was only when PNM in power, crime goes up. When the UNC, but that will happen. Anybody else, only when the PNM in power, crime goes up. They told you when the cabinet was sworn in on the 3rd of May last year, what they said, in 6 months' time, we'll have a crime plan for all year. 6 months' time, we will deal with crime. We're in month 11. Right? The 4 months in arrears. 4 months in arrears. Month 11 just started. So 4 months and a little bit in arrears. We heard the solution. Walls, gates, cameras. What the Prime Minister told you all? Panic buttons, put one in your house because she has one. So somebody break into your house, home invasion, press your panic button. Make a certain noise and alert the neighbors. All right. A home invasion took place sometime a couple months ago, just a little way down from her private residence. You remember that one? That's what we were told. Community center is a center for the community. 10 months later, well, they're still waiting for a crime plan. And they boasted after. They tell you, well, no, the purpose of the state of emergency that was announced in July had nothing to do with the crime situation. It was because we got evidence, intelligence, not evidence, intelligence that something was going to happen. Man had rocket launcher to blow away half of the Attorney General office, and certain ministers' lives were under threat and so on. All of that. Not a man lock up, not a rocket launcher has been found, not a grenade, not a bomb, nothing found. Right? That state of emergency came to an end. All we heard was the threat was neutralized, you know. The threat neutralized. Well, they look up. They all said the masterminds were men who were behind bars. Men who were in prison were calling shots from the inside. And so you all moved them from the maximum security prison and you all send them down to Petrotrin and Stobel's Bay down there. Right? And say, right. But the men who were on the outside who were supposed to actually carry out the work, not a man lock up, not a man detained, not a man questioned, and everybody that you all detained for the state of emergency, you only had to let go everybody, mostly without charge. But boasting, the success of that state of emergency wasn't based on the original premise, which was that you all had intelligence that thing was going to happen, and citing and quoting the 1990 coup. Just as they did in 2011 when John Sandy told earlier, we have intelligence, something is going to happen that will make the 1990 coup look like a Tea Party. No gun found, nothing. That state of emergency came to an end. And your Prime Minister told you, behave all yourself. And if all you don't behave all yourself, I have no qualms in instituting another state of emergency. You all didn't behave yourself, so she rests her next one on her chest. And she has no problem with that. Take that. Olivex, too bad. Why? Because we have no other crime plan. When Zoso failed, what were we told? We anticipated that. We anticipated that we would not have gotten the support of the opposition and the independent senators, aka PNM bootlickers and brown nosers, appointed by the low-level functionary that is the president. We anticipated that. But we have several other options available to us. Alexander told you all we have Plan B, which was supposed to come into effect on February 1st. But I can't tell you what Plan B is because that's secret. And if I tell you, you might go and tell other people. So you will see it. We are in March. Where is Plan B? What was Plan B? Still a secret? Was it rolled out and it's still a secret? And if Plan B was working, why did we need another state of emergency? So it says Plan B was bogus. Plan B was BS. Right? A figment of the imagination of the Minister of Homeland Security, the Prime Minister, and the government. Selling all their dreams again. So here we are under our next SOE. And the Attorney General intends to extend to debate. So we'll probably debate that this coming week for the 3-month extension. So it seems they're not even going to wait for the first 15 days and then come to debate it. They want to do it one time. Then we get that out of the way. So we know you're going to be under state of emergency for at least 3 months. And if they can't figure it out in that 3 months, they couldn't figure it out in 10. So I highly doubt they're going to figure it out in 3. Right? And at the end of that 3, they're probably going to come back, most likely, to look for another 3-month extension, which would take us into September. And then, at that point in time, where the only option they have is to bring it to an end or try and see if they could extend it for 6 months, which would require our support, which they will not get. And they will not get the support in the upper house either. So we give Ole a break and another warning. Behave Ole damn self, because you will get a third one, and we're going into Christmas. Behave Ole self. And all the while, because when you look at some of the regulations, we listen to the Attorney General and he tell us, well, you know, it's because we get intelligence and so on, and we heard about reprisal killings that was going to take place and all of that, and yeah, so at midnight the Prime Minister decided, okay, we're going to have another state of emergency, okay. But you had regulations, some of which, especially those dealing with social media, if you want to say that, or freedom of speech, some people are saying that if you are found to be immaterial or saying certain things that could incite riot and incite public discord, that you could find yourself like Olive Jack, detained for months. All right? So certain regulations which weren't in the previous one that came to an end on the 31st of January. So they will have you believe that the decision to implement another state of emergency was decided on that very day. And it just so happens we had these new regulations, or we were so efficient that when the decision was made, the drafters of the legislation just knew exactly what to put in, and we were able to put these regulations together in the space of 1 hour. That's what they will have you believe, right? That it wasn't that was always the intention, and so we used the 1 month break, the 1 month interregnum, to be able to draft the new regulation so we could drop it on the chest. Right? That was always the plan. They had no other plan. So they gave Ole Zoso in another form, but Zoso by any other name is still Zoso. We gave them the option. We say, here, well, bring the amendments on board and be willing to support. The independent senators told them, these are our amendments. Take it on board and we will give you the support for yours also. And they say, no. Jeremy, what he said? The state of emergency is coming to an end in a few days, and the intelligence agencies told us we need to have something in place for when this thing comes to an end on the 31st of January. Okay. So you try to hustle it. You say, we can't wait an extra week. Just 1 week, for us to debate the amendments, take it on board, send the bill back to the lower house, for them to debate it next week, to take note of the amendments and get it passed. 1 week. We couldn't wait 1 week. So it failed. And then a whole month has passed. You couldn't wait a week, but a whole month has passed. So the intelligence that you got from the agencies told you that something had to be in place as at the 31st or the 1st of January, 1st of February. You needed to have something in place. What was that intelligence? Did it tell you something was going to happen if you didn't have these also in place by the 1st of February? What happened? That was so urgent that you couldn't take the amendments on board, because if we accepted the amendments, the bill would have to go back to the lower house, and the lower house not meeting until next week. So we can't wait a week. 1 week, couldn't wait. So it failed because you refused to entertain the amendments, and you had to wait more than a week. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, until you had to go back to another state of emergency. That making sense to them? No, that makes sense to them. You couldn't wait 1 week, but you waited a whole month. No, you had to wait because the bill failed. I'm talking about we might bring it back. It is not that you were without recourse. You had recourse. You choose And then come to say every time a murder take place now, let's blame the opposition and blame the independent senators because Zoso failed. Over 200 murders took place last year while we were under a state of emergency. So if you couldn't have avoided or prevented over 200 murders under a state of emergency, you would have us believe that every murder that has taken place between the end of January, when the Zoso bill failed, to now, that you would have prevented all those murders with Zoso. That's what you would have us believe? So then you're going back now. So then why didn't you opt to say, well, let's bring back the bill and entertain the amendments rather than choose to go the way of the state of emergency? Because if Zoso would have been more effective in preventing murders than state of emergency, again, why didn't you bring the bill back to the Parliament, entertain the amendments, and get it passed? Get the support of the opposition and get the support of the independents instead of going back with the state of emergency, which has shown that it doesn't have the propensity to stop murders as you all say Zoso could have. But you see, when you try to sell Zoso as this perfect plan, people figure, yeah, Zoso, and you realize, yeah, out now. Can't take that chance now, because if we bring back the Zoso bill and we get the support and we implement it and the murder rate's still going up, then what excuse will we use? We can't say, well, Zoso would have fixed it if we had gotten the support of the opposition and the bootlickers. Because it's in place, they gave us the support, look at it, and it's still working. What else are we to do? And if Zoso in place and it ain't working, we're going to do? Bring a state of emergency while you have Zoso, which is just like mini state of emergency. This is a government that has no plan. They don't know how to fix the problem. They told us the solution was blow up the boats. Blow up the boats, the narco traffickers, kill them violently. That was the solution. This drug trafficking and human trafficking is the problem. Trinidad and Tobago is a transshipment point, and that is why we have all these murders. Blow up the boats blow up. Murders still continue. All of the assets have now moved out of the region. We signed agreement yesterday and whatnot to create a shield, the Americas or wherever it is. But where is the USS Gerald Ford, the largest aircraft carrier in the world that was in our region a couple months ago? Where is it now? It is now in the Middle East as the assault continues on Iran. Where is the Gravely? And we are told that the radar system is supposed to be leaving this month, but the Shield of America's agreement was signed yesterday. So how exactly is that going to work when all of the assets, the US assets that were protecting the borders, dealing with the drug trafficking and the transshipment and so on, is now moving out of the region, and the last vestiges will be gone at the end of this month? So how are we going to benefit from what was signed yesterday? Well, when the Prime Minister comes back, I guess she will hold a press conference and tell us. So we wait with bated breath for that, while we continue to operate under a state of emergency, because the government has no plan. Because you're not dealing with the root causes of crime. So when the PNM started, the last administration started to treat with it by establishing a Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to ensure that government is able to capture the young ones before the gang element does, by offering them opportunities. And those who might already be on the edge, who the gang entities already started to court, that we would provide them with opportunities, alternatives, while they still have the opportunity to turn back. Well, they shut down all. Left many of them in abeyance. They don't know what's going on. They were in the middle of these programs, close to graduating. And then they just shut down just so. And all of this time and effort that they would have put into these programs so that they could get their qualifications. They didn't even get the opportunity to fail their exams, Madam Prime Minister, because your government shut down the programs. And we asking, what's going on with the programs? They're under review, they're under review, they're under review. And then we hear what? The Minister of Youth Development, no, well, not Youth Development, the Minister of Sports is telling us, well, we implementing certain programs now, and for them, everything is sports, 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 sports. Yeah, that's the solution to everything, youth. Sports, sports. Because apparently all young people are inclined to sports. And I keep saying, whenever I hear people talking that, yes, sports has its place, but not everybody likes to play sports. Some people are inclined to other things. And the sports that you all are offering is not what everybody is inclined to. Not everybody, you all figure everybody want to play football or play cricket or basketball. There are other things. But we know all have an issue with golf, so we ain't going to go with that. Things like tennis and all of these different things, but no. We have a set of football tournament, and everything is football and football and football. When I figure football is the be-all and end-all. Fix the blasted swimming pools in Lavantil West. Fix the swimming pools that are down for those who are inclined towards swimming and who don't want to run and kick ball. Fix it for them. Offer them alternatives instead of forcing them into this thing because you all figure that football is the be-all and end-all of everything. Let me get serious. Some of them might be musically inclined. You have any avenues for that? Any programs that you could teach them to play the piano or to play the violin or some musical instrument? Because not all of them want to play sports. No, you have nothing like that. Because all I figure, you all know all. Those who don't have the wherewithal to pass the exam, but you know what? They're good with their hands and they could put a screwdriver in their hand or some other tool in their hands. Show them how to fix an air conditioning unit. Show them how to fix a washing machine and a dryer. Show them how to do straightening and painting. Right? Somebody broadsided me in Peter Avenue recently. I had to send my car to the straightener and painter. The bill is hefty. That's what insurance is there for. They will pay for that. Right? But the straightener and painter, he making a money. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a BSc and he doesn't have an MBA or an MPhil or a PhD. Right? But he making plenty money. Because when I went to drop off my car, it had plenty other cars there waiting to get fixed, to be brought back. So he making level money. Okay? Just me saying. So these are things that you could look at. When the PNM had the program Hoist, where you could learn how to operate a crane. And there is need for crane operators, not just in Trinidad. Well, right now, there really have much need for that. Because nothing really happening in terms of the construction of high rises and so on. That ain't happening. Right? The projects that required that, case in point, the Ministry of Social Development and the People Headquarters that was under construction on the corner of Chagrit Road and Victoria Avenue, where construction has since come to a halt because that project is under review. Meanwhile, they continue to rent buildings, spend millions in rent that they complain bitterly about for 10 years, but you're paying the millions in rent to the same landlord when you could have finished the building and do what the PNM intended, which was to move out of the rented building into state-owned premises, and the rent would have stopped. But that's the hypocrisy, right? That is the hypocrisy. Oh, they're paying Faris and Faris. Well, they get a chance to move out of Faris building, but let's stop the program, right? Building just there. Construction was moving apace. So all the people who were employed on that project, home, no work. I'll give you an example, right? One of the persons who came to see me on Tuesday, he has been working at Calco for 7 years. He's now unemployed because he was laid off because apparently Calco ain't getting no work since the government they're not paving roads. And a lot of the patching that they're doing, probably doing it in-house. So the contractors who do road paving and road building and stuff, they ain't getting work. We saw late last year where something came out stating that, junior SAMI workers and stuff, and we heard somebody say, well, it's not so, but it didn't come from the executive of junior SAMI, but it was out there, right? And let me just read it, right? I want to tell the Prime Minister something. So, work experience, he worked at Calco as a truck driver, operated heavy-duty trucks safely and efficiently, ensured timely delivery of material and goods, maintained vehicle safety and compliance standards, right? So, he did that for 7 years. He's also an electrician one. And he states the name of the company that he worked for, performed electrical installations and maintenance, assisted with troubleshooting electrical faults, ensured work complied with safety standards. He's also a certified mason, right? Freelance construction work. He's qualified. So he passed his exams, Madam Prime Minister. Passed his exam, but he can't even get low-paying job. He has a family to support. You know, he said to me, he said, boss, right now, if I could get a job cutting grass or taking that and all, I just need some form of income to support my family. So if I could cut grass, no problem. I'm taking that. Education, MIC, must program certificate in masonry and carpentry. MIC Sangre Grande High program, certificate in masonry and carpentry. Right? He went to, and he states the secondary schools that he went to. He has his class 4 heavy T driver's permit, certified mason, domestic electrical installations, landscaping, barbering, construction, and carpentry support. Willing to learn new skills and develop professionally. Right? And he's in his mid-30s. He had a job for 7 years. And then this government came in. You're going to fix it. All right? And then what? Their policies. So we ain't paving road, we're patching road. We're not building new roads. Patching road, that's all we're doing. And because of the lack of work, the companies are laying off workers. So it's not just CPEP and URP. So when we quote numbers and we tell you how many thousands of people have lost their jobs, it's in the private sector too. Because of government policy, private sector companies that depend on contracts with government. And because they're not getting those contracts, they're not getting work from the government, what is happening? They are sending home workers. But we're not having that conversation. No. And Kishan, we ain't talking about that. Because the PNM was wicked and evil, and the PNM mashed up the country, and as the PNM destroyed the economy, and the PNM crashed the economy, and the PNM did this, and the PNM did that. Meanwhile, the price of oil and the price of gas has gone up. Oil prices are now over $90. I saw this morning $92 and change. I think it was for, I can't remember if it was for Brent or West Texas Intermediate. So once again, the UNC is enjoying an energy windfall. Just like 2010 to 2015, PNM didn't have that, we didn't have that benefit. We had it for a little bit when Ukraine and Russia started the thing a few years ago, right? But I heard the member for Orobuchi is the Minister of Energy, state that 2 positions in about the same week, right? So I'm going to read the first one. I'm going to read the first one for you. For those of you who might have missed it. Where is it? Yeah. Munilal, global tensions, LNG reform could deliver energy windfall. This was 6 days ago. A potential $1 billion surge in energy revenue, not million, not 100 million, $1 billion surge in energy revenue could be on the horizon for Trinidad and Tobago, driven by escalating geopolitical tensions and a restructured Atlantic LNG pricing formula. PNM did that, right? Just PNM. The UNC criticized it. They criticized the PNM for trying to keep the train one alive so that when natural gas flows start to come in, we could, yeah. So Stuart Young was out of his depth, and Rowley and the thing, and they restructure Atlantic LNG to the detriment of the country, all that crap they told you. But today, they are praising the very thing that they criticized before. Munilal noted that the country is uniquely positioned to benefit from a spike in Asian LNG price markers. However, his optimistic fiscal outlook was quickly challenged by his predecessor, Stuart Young, who argued that no amount of global price increases could offset what he described as destructive practices destabilizing the local petrochemical sector. Speaking on the effects of the shifting geopolitical landscape in the Middle East, Munilal told Guardian Media yesterday that escalating international conflicts could provide an unintended windfall for TNT's energy coffers. Regrettably, these global conflicts do bring unintended consequences to our energy revenue. So one of my pet peeves is when people use the word consequence in this setting. Consequence is negative. So that if you say it would bring unintended consequences, it suggests that it would bring something bad. All right? So utilize ChatGPT or your dictionary now, please. Okay? He goes on to say, the ongoing conflict can result in an increase. Here are the consequences, right? For the benefit of Kishan. While you're waiting to type, you could pull up ChatGPT. Might be the fastest way. Or if you have a dictionary nearby, just Google the meaning of consequences. The ongoing conflict can result in an increase in commodity prices, especially given the importance of the Strait of Hormuz as a major energy corridor. Should there be a sustained interruption, coupled with impacts to production from Gulf countries, an increase in both oil and natural gas prices, especially the Asian markers, can be expected. Talking about the Asian markers, but when the PNL went to Churchill and they went to negotiate certain prices, when they were taking into consideration, transfer pricing and so on. And Stuart was telling us, well, the prices that we get based on the Asian market and based on what we did, it's costing Stuart and them. Them I know he and Rolly don't know what they're doing. In terms of the local energy sector, increases in oil prices will result in higher government revenue from exploration and production licenses through taxes and from production sharing contracts via increased profit share, not from the government selling barrels of oil, right? So that's for the benefit of people like Kishan and them. So when they figure, well, okay, if a price of barrel is $92, when the government will get $92. No, they don't. Taxes, profit sharing. Okay? And the oil that belongs to the private energy companies, that's their oil. They will pay the government taxes, royalties, and whatever profit sharing that they have, but that's theirs. Okay? Just say. He goes on. Munilal also pointed to the strategic restructuring of Atlantic LNG as a key factor in allowing TNT to capitalize on global price volatility. Q. Stuart Young. Keith Rowley, the PNM. Under the new terms for trains 2 and 3, the LNG pricing formula now includes an oil-linked component and exposure to Asian LNG price markers. As a result of the restructuring of Atlantic LNG, the pricing for trains 2 and 3 now includes an oil component in addition to exposure to an Asian LNG marker. Both factors can result in higher LNG prices and subsequently increased revenue to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. He forgot to mention the SPT, which is the supplemental petroleum tax, that where the price of oil is over a certain amount, that the energy companies will be required to pay an additional tax to the state. All right, so at $92, I think it's well above their price, and therefore they'll be getting additional revenues. So basically, Italy looking good. Hey, higher oil prices, yes. It's unfortunate that how it has come about because of what is taking place in the Middle East and all this bombing and so on, and people losing their lives. But there is an upside, and the upside is higher energy prices, especially Asian markers, oil, gas, so on. Trinidad and Tobago make a little extra money that we didn't budget for, and we have Dave could finally breathe a sigh of relief because he was looking at that hefty deficit. Because when he projected the deficit and when he read the budget on October 13, it didn't include the money that they had to pay out to public servants, right? The increased salaries and the back pay that they gave earlier, just a little whiff of, didn't include that. So when he told you that the deficit would have been 3-point-something billion, and the experts were telling you, no, it would be significantly more than that, and we are drawing close that 1/4 of the financial year has already gone. All right, October to December, we are now in close to the end of the second quarter, and you're still looking at that. So you're happy, you're getting a little extra money. So after Munilal come and he tell all 6 days ago, hey, thing looking good, boy, or you're going to get a windfall. He comes on Thursday at the post-cabinet press briefing, and what he tells you here, what now? Hold all your horses. Oh, hold on there. Don't get too excited. Right? Yes, we are getting higher oil prices and higher gas prices, but any increases that the government would get in revenue would be offset by government expenditure. Because remember, the government budgeted, and for certain things, and we would have had to borrow. So if we get extra monies, we wouldn't have to borrow to fund these things that we projected. So the extra money would be eaten up by, some of the extra money would be eaten up by that. So instead of having to borrow, we will just have the revenue. But more than that, increased prices in oil and gas means that the government would now be facing a higher subsidy. Because remember, when oil prices was 50 something and 60 something dollars a barrel, you all were paying what we call a premium on the price of super. So the cost to produce a liter of super was lower than what you were paying at the pump. So Tanko came and he told you in the budget, hey, well, since we came in May, he was well aware that you all were overpaying by $1 and some. We don't know how much it is. He gave only a $1 blind, but it could have been more than $1. But they were needed to leave room for things like this happening so that if oil prices went up, that the extra that they could have given you off, they would use that to offset subsidy. So at 90 something dollars per barrel, it is safe to say that you are no longer paying a premium. Because remember, they take $1 off and they say, well, hey, you overpaying. The PNM was making only overpay. Now that the price of oil has gone up, the possibility exists that the price that you are paying at the pump is actually lower than what it actually costs to produce a liter of super. So if you paying, whatever is the price you paying, I don't use that. Whatever is the price. So whatever you paying, the government now has to find money to pay the difference. So whereas before they say, well, take $1 off now because it's really supposed to be $5 and something, but they're paying 7 something or whatever it is, or 6 or whatever. So we will try to bring the price in line so that what you all pay is actually what it costs. So that when we import the fuel, what we paying for it and what you all paying at the pump could be in line. But now that the price of oil has gone up and whatever additives and so on has gone up, it is now costing more. So you will pay what you pay at the pump, and the difference between what you pay and the actual price, the government has to find the money to pay that. How do they do that? Well, the extra money that we're making from the high oil and high gas price, we now have to take that and put it into subsidies. So we kind of regretting now that we gave all that $1 off because you all could have been footing that bill. But because we wanted to give you all the impression that we so love you, and because we knew that we were going to bring all these high fees, high fines, increase the cost to renew your passport, increase fees, double the fees at the port, and all of these duties and everything, so we give all a little something to fool all you know, right? But perhaps we were a bit too hasty. Because the $1 that we gave you all off, we now have to find that $1. All right? Which means there's less money for us. So that whereas you could have continued paying that $1 and we could have used the extra money to pave roads instead of patch, we now have to foot the bill and absorb that $1 off that we gave you all, which would account to millions of dollars because remember, every day is new cars going on the road, and the more cars you have on the road and the more cars that using super, well, more subsidy we have to pay. So the extra money that we get in and should have been using to improve your lives by paving the roads instead of patching, buying more medication, buying needles in the hospital to use to do biopsies for cancer instead of having to tell patients, well, you need to go outside and buy your own needles, as I learned this week. Things like that now. Yeah? So he come to tell you, first he was telling you 6 days ago, yeah, thing looking good, we're going to get extra money. And then he come and tell you, don't get too excited. That money done spent. You see, tell you to don't get too excited because we saw in today's Guardian where TSTT, the executive spent $500,000 for a 3-day retreat for 12 people, right? And when you go through, I don't have time to go through it today, but when you look at the expenditure and the things that they spend money on, King Suite, right, for single occupancy, and the monies that was spent on the bar, and the money that was spent on goodie bags, 12 goodie bags costing $9,000 and all this kind of thing, right? $500,000 was spent at a time when people suffering, they take away people's jobs. But we could spend $500,000 on a 3-day retreat in Tobago for 12 executives. And we could spend ton of money. Up to now, we don't know how much money was spent to hire artists for the Flavor Village. But probably we're making these people be mobile ambassadors. Okay? We're going to pay them our money. Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, who knows? But the rich will get richer. Meanwhile, the poor will get poorer. You see, URP workers and stuff who getting poorer, right? But you know who getting richer? Those who already making ton of money. So yes, you will host a concert for Carnival, your own private concert, and you make a ton of money, and then the government say, come on, give me a few hours now, we'll pay you. So you can get a little extra money that you would not have otherwise gotten. But we in office, and we want to create free shows because what they call it? Bread and circus. The people suffering, but let's give them some level of entertainment to take their minds off of the oppression for just a little bit. Yeah? So money will spend on those things. Meanwhile, you're struggling. What they would have paid for the goodie bags, for the 12 people, the $9,000 that we spent on the goodie bags, I could have paid about four of the workers for this POPs program who haven't gotten paid yet. And I'm pretty sure all of those entities who would have billed B-Mobile for that, getting money already. But you, who slave for 6 fortnights, can't get your pay. We have money to be hosting parties at Millfleur. Yeah, same Millfleur that when the PNM was spending money to restore it, the same Millfleur that they abandoned between 2010 to 2015, and when the PNM came in 2015, it was on the verge of collapse, and consideration was given to demolish it and rebuild a model. Yeah, they were happy to use it to have parties for Carnival. But you can't get your money. Go and read the article in the Guardian today. But when Darrell Smith was Minister of Sport and he spent $91,000 on a retreat in Tobago, God, you and see if you hear them drink public money to like they serve 91,000 and people suffering. But $500,000, that's all right. That's okay. Money well spent. And Shamfa Kocho, 59,000 the mobile bill, taxpayer money, they should make she pay it back. 500,000 for a 3-day retreat for 12 people. That's all good. So imagine my surprise when I saw Surudratan Rambachan, a man who Basdio Pandey described as a fraud of the highest order. Not my favorite person. He posted, tell us, Barry Padarath, whether you agree with this splurge. TSTT has been invoiced $436,000 for a 3-day retreat in Tobago for its acting chief executive and 10 of its executives. Let's hear from you, Barry Padarath. This is Suruj, where you go get level cost for that. People like Kishan and Caribbean Soul and them go say, oh, he's a hater, he vexed because the Camline game I work. He then follows it up. I feel that it's time for the PM to call in her chairman of boards and establish policy guidelines for matters like these. Culture it how you want. This TSTT retreat is offensive. The PM must ask what were the tangible outcomes. Barry has to answer. You will Barry have time with you? Why rock so, eh? Suruj really is to call on Barry to answer anything. Barry is the minister. You are former. They even put you on a state board. And if they were contemplating putting you on a state board, Suruj, well, you could forget that. But at least you've demonstrated that you still have half a testicle. Not 2, half. Because when I read some of your other posts, clearly shows you don't have all. Right? But feel you and see going to make an issue about that. If it was the PNM, they talk about that for years. We'd hear about that for the next 4 years and some. Just like how we heard about Shamfa 59,000 bill and Darrell Smith. But the hypocrites like Kishan and them wouldn't talk about this. That's quite all right, because the UNC in office and anything goes. Who approved that? I encourage you to go and read the full article and see the things that this money was spent on. Right? Late checkout, $340 per room and all kind of madness. They had bar and they went on No Man's Island and they had a bar. They spent a certain money to do tours of Tobago, and they had Ottomans, to cock up your foot now and enjoy, just relax and all of that. Listen to the waves. Meanwhile, people are struggling to pay their rent. But remember, for sure, going to see someone to tell me about get up and go and work in my constituency. And that's what they're there for. That's what you all there for. All they say, put us in office and we will do better. That's all they tell the people. They didn't vote for the MP to have to dip into his or her pocket. They didn't vote to have to come and beg the MP for help. They voted and put you all in office because you said you would create programs that would give them direct access to things. But I listened to her boasting about they give us 250 food cards for Christmas. But when I spoke, I said that was 50 more. They gave us 50 more than what the PNM used to give because they increased the hardship of the people. And then she goes on to talk about ingratitude, that I'm ungrateful. Well, first of all, when I spoke on that issue, I said that we are very grateful for the food cards because it assists all the people who come to ask us for help. I said that. But why should I should be grateful to you for doing your work? You all take away the people jobs and want to give them a food card ever so often. So is it that every time you all give us food cards, I'm supposed to give it to the same people? I just asking. Because they gave us 250 for Christmas, and in no time at all it went because everybody heard and people were coming, calling the office and stuff and asking. People from all your own constituencies were calling for help. Right? And now they've given us 100 for Eid. And then I heard us say in the Parliament they're going to give us some for I think the Spiritual Baptist holiday, which is at the end of this month. So I don't know how that's going to work, but okay. And then you're going to give us some for Indian arrival too. Yeah? But then you have Christmas in July. Give us some for that too now. Maybe we should have holidays every month. So you'll take away the people's ability to fish and telling us, here, we'll give all your fish, but ever so often, right? So every 2 or 3 months you'll get fish. And make that fish last until the next fish comes. So you got a fish valued at $550 for Christmas. You should have made that fish last until March, when you will get another fish for Ramadan, for Eid. But again, I ask the question, are we supposed to give the food cards to the very same people all the time? Because their circumstance hasn't improved, they're still unemployed, they still need, or are we supposed to go through the constituency and look for other people who didn't benefit? Because you all didn't give us 10,000 food cards. You didn't give us 50,000 food cards. You gave us a couple hundred. This time around, it's 100. And I'm pretty sure that the 550 that the people got for Christmas is done. How long you expected that to last? And then you announce it in this great big way so you could pat yourself on the shoulder and say, look what we do. And the PNM took away 18,000 food cards. And we given 1 month food cards ever so often in recognition of certain holidays. Great, wonderful. And you create a demand now, so people calling on the MP office. MP, I hear the minister say, oh, I get a food card. I could get one. And I'll say, but we gave you one for Christmas, right? I know. But what we're trying to do is to help as many people as possible. So we'll have to skip this one. But in the next cycle, whenever it comes, we'll have to consider you. All right, but just give us the opportunity to help as many people as we can. Because we can't keep giving you every time. Yes, your circumstance has not improved. Yes, you're still unemployed, but come on. We ungrateful, so we're supposed to sing her praises and pay obeisance to the government for taking away the fish, the ability to fish, and giving you a fish instead. You talk about baby grant, that the PNM stopped the baby grant. Again, creating a dependency syndrome. $500 a month to make child. You make child and we'll give you $500 to buy milk and Pampers. As if in this day and age, $500 is enough to buy milk and Pampers for the whole month. That is what the PNM was against. So when you were boasting about that, and the PNM stopped that, you all started it back. You've been in office for 10 months. Your leader spoke about this baby grant thing on the election campaign. What's going on with that? You all have a committee looking into it. You plan to bring it back? I just asking, you plan to bring it back? Or that was just bluffing? If you cost the PNM for getting rid of it, and you're all in office 10 months now, almost 11, one would think you had more than enough time to bring it back. Do you intend to? Or not? Color me orange. $69 a day for 3 months to be able to paint buildings. You all bringing that back? You're bringing that back too? Since you want to list all the things that all did that the PNM shut down, but wouldn't talk about all the things the PNM did that you all shut down. Most consequential was CPEP, URP, forestry. Most consequential. Yes, the pay wasn't great, but they were doing a very good service that many people in the country complaining about today. See the state of you see the country looking stink and it looking dirty and nasty and garbage. CPAP wasn't only cutting grass, they were doing other things. And it's only after the program shut down, people really started to value the work. I was driving in the car and watching them CPAP workers and they better no pitch up no stone to bust my windshield, because me and them. But today you wish you would see them. You wish you would see them. Because the bush growing high across the road from by you, the open lot of lands and CPAP was cutting. And now you're complaining because you're seeing rats and all kind of rodents coming out and you're vexed. But you vote for that, yellow is the code. Let me give you all as on that. Let me just touch on this piece of hypocrisy again for the benefit of the members of the government who are listening. Let me get it here. So. Right. Let me just read this quickly to show the hypocrisy. See, I just work on my receipts, That's why they can't respond to me when I speak. How they can talk about it. Malaba Mosika will go and do a live. Go and do a live. Yeah, well, I'm doing it. Munilal claims plan to axe 12,000 CPAP workers. I'm glad you know it's 12,000. And this article is dated 15th of August, 2016. Former Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Rudal Munilal, is condemning what he claims is government's decision to dismiss contractors employed by CPAP. In a statement yesterday, Munilal said dismissing contractors during the July-August vacation period would put an extra strain on their employees who were preparing for the new school term next month. And they come and they shut it down in the same period. I strongly condemn the planned move to arbitrarily dismiss contractors and almost 12,000 workers of the CPAP Company Limited. The publicly advertised plan would displace several contractors who have invested in equipment and are the employers of thousands of dedicated working class citizens. So in 2016 under the PNM, they were dedicated working class citizens. Last year, you all weren't dedicated working class citizens. No. This harsh and oppressive measure is taking place on the eve of the start of the school year, when parents are required to spend significant sums on their children's future to make sure they don't fail their exams and end up as PNM MPs now, The dismissals of contractors and workers are further severe elements of the dismantling of key aspects of the operations of the state-run environmental company. The People's Partnership Administration had carefully developed, nurtured, and expanded the remit of the CPAP Company Limited to make it an all-embracing organization involved in extensive and continuous environmental protection and improvement. Waxing poetic, the company's sphere of activities extended to marine and non-traditional environmental functions. As the line minister for CPAP, I was particularly pleased with the role and performance of the organization. Its contractors. And let me see here. I missed it right. That's nowhere. We'll find it back there. Right. And the dedicated employees. According to Munilal, a major reason why there were no widespread floods between 2010 and 15 was because of the CPAP initiative and the innovative mandate of small-scale environmental projects and flood alleviation policies. Regrettably, the current administration has abandoned this critical aspect of CPAP's mission. I therefore predict more floods, property damage, and terrible inconvenience to come across the land as a result of the mismanagement and lack of vision at CPAP. The wanton firing of contractors would result in fewer cleanup activities and more blockage of watercourses, leading to more suffering of residents across the country. But then he told us in our motion, no suffering. The CPAP marine cleanup exercises also removed tens of thousands of items of waste and pollution from the ocean. So he knew all the benefits of CPAP in 2016. The same contractors who he defended then, he was part of the decision to get rid of them last year. All of a sudden, they were no longer model law-abiding citizens. What a difference. And Krokro is amazing how people change. 10 years later, the same contractors and the same workers who you defended, because we had people in CPAP for years. People who were there while he was there and who left and whatnot for years. Hypocrisy. So in the PNM, when you thought the PNM was going to do it, it was bad, it was wicked, it was, but then all they come and say, corruption, corruption, the contractors, the same contractors suddenly became corrupt. What changed? Was the time there? Right. So let me just jump forward. I didn't realize it's so late. So the godly Prime Minister is in Florida. I think she's still there. We saw yesterday, because all the media outlets reporting it, that she finally realized her lifelong dream to meet Donald Trump, or to be in the same room with the President of the United States. I think the closest she would have come before was when Joe Biden came here in 2012 when she was Prime Minister. And for those of us who recall, I recall he had given her a little bit of a scolding with respect. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I will research it and remind you, all right? So she got to meet her idol, her mentor, Mr. Donald Trump, or to shake his hand and so on. I told you all last week, I said, what is likely to come from that meeting with him is she's going to get the one-on-one photo up, where he would shake her hand and, the handshake that could probably result in her dislocating her shoulder or spraining her wrist because, she, at 74 years old almost, she's a bit fragile, and everybody knows that. I told you all that, and I didn't really foresee much more interaction, but I was wrong, partially, because we did see the shoulder dislocating handshake and the wrist, because there was the thing, and then you see she had to hold on for dear life with both her hands, and then he held up her hand like this, and she's there, and I hope she's okay. But she also got a Sharpie, right? The pen that Mr. Trump used to sign the document. It's just that she was, when he turned to his right after he signed, as he usually does, to see who to give the Sharpie to, she just happened to be right there, strategically positioned herself to be right there, because we saw in the group photo, she was, I don't know what it is with her and group photo, she always had to be on the end. She did the same thing with CARICOM, and then she did the same thing with this one. She was down at the end there. So she just happened to be right there. So as he turned, he saw her, handed her the pen, and she felt so happy. So the smile on her face, and then she showed it to the president or whoever who was standing next to her, not knowing that Mr. Trump had planned to give everybody a pen. You get a pen, you get a pen, everybody gets a pen, right? Like how Oprah used to do it, everybody get a pen. And all of a sudden, her excitement was dimmed because she thought she was the only person going to get the pen. And then he come and he gave everybody a pen. Okay? But all hope is not lost, because somebody did pay $200,000 at their fundraiser in December for a blown up picture of her in her younger years. So, Trump touched that pen. So, and for the UNC faithful, hey, that is good. That's a keepsake. That needs to be framed. So what shall I do? Bring it back, and at the next fundraiser, auction it. Maybe somebody might pay $500,000 or $1 million to get it, and you say, well, this pen, Donald Trump touched his pen. Hey, frame that for years. So there's something to auction at the next fundraiser. And she was so excited she got the pen. Now, we were told that she was going to have a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Trump, not the shoulder dislocating handshake, not the wrist spraining handshake, not that. Everybody get it, right? She got her picture, all right, next. And then we saw everybody else got that opportunity as well. I don't know, was that meeting supposed to take place yesterday? Is it taking place today? Because we were told she would be meeting with Mr. Trump one-on-one, and all the things they plan to discuss. And then she would be meeting with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. She would be meeting with the Energy Secretary, and she'd be meeting with Howard Lutnick and whoever else. So we saw photographs with her, with these secretaries. She, Padarat, Sean Sobers, sit down. So it wasn't the usual one-on-one meetings. Normally they'd sit in a room with a long table, and you would have the U.S. delegation, if it's whichever secretary, and 2 or 3 or 4 persons from the department. And then on the other side of the table, you would have Mrs. Pasabi or whoever, and her delegation, and they would talk and stuff. In this case, it was a side room, 3 chairs, 1 chair, the secretary sit down there. So there was nobody taking notes, and all of this kind of thing. Normal thing now, so an exchange of ideas. So it's just like, well, okay, request to see me. So we saw that with several photo ops. But I have not seen the picture with Mrs. Pasabi Sessa meeting with Mr. Trump. I'm not discounting it, because as far as we know, she's still in Florida. I don't think she's as hurried to leave Florida as she was hurried to leave St. Kitts and Nevis, where after she went and she buffed up the people and them, and she was on the next plane out. So she's still there, I believe. I don't know when she's coming back. But I'm just asking about that meeting. So perhaps Kishan or one of the other UNC supporters who are listening, or maybe one of the government ministers who is listening, you all could jump on and just put it in the chat for me, please. For those of you listening who know, right? Just put it in chat. For the benefit of the citizens who are anxious to know what came out of that. Because I'm seeing pictures of Mr. Trump doing other things yesterday. I read an article. I was looking for it. Because I didn't see the photos. I saw Padarat post up photos, whole day TTT posting thing online. See picture with this one, with that one. I saw pictures with the Prime Minister and the President of this country and that country. But I saw no pictures with her on a one-on-one with the President of the United States, which we were told was supposed to happen, was part of the agenda. And that would have been the highlight of her day. I mean, the only thing better than that is for her to get a meeting, just for her to have a meeting with Mr. Trump in the Oval Office, with all the other presidents and stuff. Just a special invitation, a state visit for her, so they could pet her and so on. We saw that Mr. Trump would have, as I said earlier, given her a new name, so she's no longer Kamala, because we don't like Cams. We like, 1 second, let me get it. Hold your horses. Yeah. The UNC faithful in the glee, eh? Oh yes, you would swear. No other prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago has ever met a US president. They're so excited and eat your heart out, PNM sycophants, and eat your heart out, all PNM whatever and whatever. And we know PNM must be vexed. The PNM supporters must be vexed. You see, it tells us what your mindset was for the 10 years the PNM was in office. Because when Joe Biden praised Dr. Rowley, and he didn't realize that Dr. Rowley was such an intelligent man or something, and he needs to have a sit down with him and have a conversation. You all weren't coming on social media and saying, yes, well done, Prime Minister. Like, well, let's say, the Prime Minister get a handshake and hey, good to go. Trinidad and Tobago, yeah. Back on top. Yeah? But when Joe Biden was praising Dr. Rowley, you same hypocrites didn't come and say, well done, Prime Minister. No. Joe Biden senile, he old, he this, he that. Well, they had the worst of things to say about him, right? And well, again, Rowley that for, and all kind of thing. Well, they superimpose Dr. Rowley head on dog feces, and what all they didn't do is what you all forgot to do. Yeah, as Jolene say, when they go low, we go below the pavement, and that is what you all did, right? When Dr. Rowley met at the summit of the Americas or whatever it is, he met with Joe Biden and stuff. When he and Stuart Chung went to the White House, they met with Kamala Harris. And you all weren't praising him. You all weren't happy that your prime minister was in the White House. So while Mr. Pasabi Sessa has had one opportunity to meet Donald Trump, Dr. Rowley met on several occasions with the president and the vice president of the United States. You all seem to forget Joe Biden was the president of the United States. Kamala Harris was the vice president, a heartbeat away from the presidency. Just as important as Mr. Trump. Same position, same work. Right? But that wasn't good. That wasn't great. That wasn't anything to celebrate. No, that was thing to vilify. Not just Dr. Rowley, but also Joe Biden. All I could talk about is yam. And Kamala, when she's coming back, we know she's not coming back with yam and yam and yam. That's all I could talk about. When she come back with a pen, a Sharpie. Yes, we know she's coming back with that. Or I could eat that. At least we could eat yam. We all probably don't like that, but yeah. The yam seeds came and they were distributed. All right? They're under production right now. People benefited from that. If all they do eat yam, okay, nothing wrong with that. No, they love to eat boil and fry yam and all kind of thing, but everything is yam seeds, and all Rowley gets is yam seeds, and Rowley spent millions of dollars to pay a lobbyist so that he could talk to Trump. He didn't have to pay anything to talk to Joe Biden. The same Joe Biden that gave us a 3-year OFAC license. 3 years. All they get 6 months, Kobo sweat. Oh, thing, yes, all praise Kamala is a good thing. Because if the PNM had win, but we know with UNC, less is always more. So a 6 months Coboswet OFAC license is better than a 3-year OFAC license. They tell us what they could do in 3 years. First it was the 2 years. What you could do in 2 years? The time it takes to negotiate and all of that 2 years done and all kind of thing. You all found everything negative about the 2-year OFAC license that was extended by a further year. But you get a 6 months Coboswet and all ready to give Kamla the Nobel Peace Prize. Sorry, Kamla, not Kamla. But the other day she used to be saying about keep calm. Kamla is here. Well, when she comes back, she has to start saying her name is Kamla, not Kam. All right? Because Trump say that's how her name is to be pronounced, and whatever up north says is what we abide by. I saw a publication post up the heads of state who were there, and they put, instead of Kamla Persad-Bissessar, they put Christine Kangaloo. So I guess they thought everybody there was a president, and they went and they did the search, president of Trinidad and Tobago, because they didn't know her name, who she is. First time they see her, they don't have no clue who she is. And they saw Christine Kangaloo and they put that. Poor soul. Oh boy, this. Let me see if I get it here. Where is it? Okay, it should be right here.
Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and I have to be very careful with this because your first name is very similar to a first name that we have, but fortunately it's pronounced different. It's Kamala. It's supposed to Kamala. I like Kamala better in many ways. And I just want to say thank you very much, but I had to be careful with that first name. I didn't want to get it mixed up because it would ruin your reputation completely. Right? I said, is this the same pronunciation? No, sir, it's a little different. It's Cam, right? Cam, as opposed to Calm. But we don't like Calm. President of Costa Rica, Rodrigo. No.
Cam. We don't like Cam. We like Cam. Kamla. Cam. Yeah, we do like Cam. All right? And of course, she probably felt as if, what did she say? A bite up shilling in a $1 party or something. So probably, hey, the President of the United States talking about me and he likes my name. Well, I would tell her, yes, the name given to you by your ancestors. All right? But then Kamala Harris, her mother, unlike your mother, who was born here, Kamala Harris's mother was born in India. She's genuine Indian, right? So she got her name from the same ancestors that you got yours. So your pronunciation is good, hers is not, right? So, and here it is that this is a day before celebrate International Women's Day, that a fellow woman with East Indian heritage, hardcore East Indian heritage. We're not talking about second and third generation East Indian here. Talking about Indian, from India. All right? So she more Indian than you in terms of heritage. Talking first generation here. All right? And there it is that you had to sit and listen to a fellow woman, fellow leader, fellow professional being demeaned. Well, the camera didn't show your face, so I can't say that you were smiling or whatever it is. So I'm not even going to make that assumption. I don't know that. I didn't see. But I'm just saying there that while your supporters are celebrating that little interplay there, you had that situation, that reality on the eve of International Women's Day, that you are told that, that pronunciation could ruin your reputation. But we know it's something that you probably support because when you sent Mr. Trump his congratulatory letter or his congratulatory correspondence when he was sworn in as president, you made it a point in your missive to chastise the Biden administration, of which Miss Harris served as vice president, by stating that that administration, Joe Biden administration, was a disastrous administration, promoting woke culture and other things of the sort. Right? So you were, well, you went to town. She knew, and we should have seen from then she was the leader of the opposition. There was no regard for diplomacy then, right? And we've seen her double down on that, her total lack of diplomacy. So if Ms. Harris were to offer herself in 2028 and she were to win, it would be interesting to see what correspondence Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa would send to her when she's inaugurated on the 20th of January 2029, if it is going to give her a two-liner. Or if you're going to remind her that you said that the administration of which she was a part for 4 years was disastrous and promoted woke culture. I'm just asking, right? Because you would still be prime minister then, at least for another year and some, right? So, but yeah, so you got to meet you fulfill that wish. And I used to be saying that a long time, that when Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa, even as leader of the opposition, was saying certain things, I said, look, the woman is auditioning for an opportunity to meet with Mr. Trump. Auditioning for an opportunity to sit one-on-one, face-to-face in the Oval Office. She didn't get the Oval Office, but, she came close. So I see one of our most staunchest supporters, Gard Christopher, was critical of her outfit. I'm not going down that road. Last time I spoke about her outfit in reference to what it costs relative to and the insensitivity and how the tone deafness of it in relation to persons who are struggling. That while you are able to buy these things off of taxpayers' money, the salary that you're earning and is yours to do it, that some of the people, they wanted to take me to task. They were in him, NCW and whoever else, and Anna Roberts. Yeah. But God Christopher is one all here. Go on his Facebook page, Break Free Movement or something like that. And he criticizing. I have no issue. Right? The woman wear what she wanted to wear. No comment whatsoever from me. But your own criticizing, you don't like it, you find the long dress something and he whatever. But that's not my business. But they're saying there, right? This time is not the PNM criticizing, but one of your own criticizing. But I have no problem with that because it's one of your own doing it, so it's okay. All right? But I am just asking, when is this meeting? Because I've been looking from time to time, looking at the media, foreign media, and so on to see when this meeting takes place. That we were told, Nicholas Morris said this in the Parliament on Friday. He said it at the post-cabinet press briefing on Thursday. I have not seen the meeting. We've not heard anything about it. I saw Mr. Trump, I think it was yesterday, at some airfield or something. They were receiving the bodies of some of the U.S. servicemen, soldiers who have died in this assault on Iran so far. So I'm assuming that the summit is over. We saw Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa, as I said earlier, pictures with the different secretaries that we were told they would have one-on-one with. We saw her taking photos with some of these other presidents. I think we have seen her in a sit down with maybe one of them or two of them. But that's about it. So we wait to see what is going to come from that meeting yesterday. But whether we get anything consequential or not, the fact of the matter is Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa is a happy woman today. Her supporters are very happy. But I just want to remind them, she's not the first Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister to meet with the President of the United States. Okay? And Dr. Oli still has a few on her. Just say. But she got a Sharpie, she got a pen. So that's good. But then everybody else got a pen too. So. And but Trump used her pen to sign. So that is good. So she could still boast about that. Yeah, everybody got a pen, but he used my pen to sign. So hey, give me some kudos for that. Okay. What was interesting to note is that she met with the U.S. Secretary of Energy as Marco Rubio, as we were told, that in her discussions with Marco Rubio in St. Kitts and Nevis, where we saw the layout, the long table, she and her delegation on one side and Rubio and his people on the other side, which we didn't see yesterday. where he indicated, oh, okay, you have a refinery and you're looking for assistance to find a partner, despite the fact you went to India and you see you have people, and then you went to Ghana and you see you have people who are interested, but you want us to assist too. One refinery, but okay. She met with the energy secretary, but her minister of energy was not there. Now, I would have thought he's best placed to discuss energy matters. That is his work. That's why he receiving almost $100,000 a month as Minister of Energy. But the minister wasn't there. The minister in the ministry wasn't there. Instead, you carry herself, Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign and Caribbean Affairs, who I assume knows nothing about energy matters. Padrato is the Minister of Public Utilities, who doesn't even know, who knows precious little about public utilities, far less for energy matters. Nicholas Morris, who might have done a little bit of research, but I'm guessing he too knows nothing about energy matters, but they were there. But the minister, in fact, since Prasad Bisasa has become Prime Minister, every opportunity that she has had to speak with someone of influence with respect to the energy sector, Mr. Munilal has not been there. When she went to Washington to discuss with Marco Rubio to talk about the Dragon and all of that, Mr. Munilal was not there. We've seen instances where the heads of some of these major international energy companies have come to the Parliament to sit in her office and meet with her, and Mr. Munilal is not there. And one has to question the wisdom in that. Because when Stuart Chong was Minister of Energy, every time Dr. Rowley had to meet with energy players, Stuart Chong was there. When Dr. Rowley met with Kamala Harris, Stuart Chong was there because he's the Minister of Energy. He knows. Dr. Rowley has a background in volcanology and so on, and so he has some experience with respect to that. And as the head of the energy subcommittee of cabinet, so he has some, But Mr. Munilal has not been. He's always been on the sidelines, and Mrs. Prasad Bisasa prefers to, it seems, do all of her negotiations with respect to the negotiations with the energy sector on her own. But when Dr. Rowley was doing that, with the Minister of Energy as well, you had people like Professor Misinformation and Captain Clueless used to be coming on radio every evening. Oh, what them know and thing, and what the government getting involved in that for? And it's supposed to have technocrats in the ministry supposed to do that, and that is conflict of interest, and government and ministers not supposed, all kind of thing. That's what they were saying. But today, their beloved Prime Minister doing the same thing, and nothing wrong with that. And that's the Iron Lady. She negotiating from in front. Yeah, she negotiating from in front. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be done. But when Rowley was doing it, and when he said that he's Trinidad and Tobago's greatest salesman, something was wrong with that. That is corruption, and the Integrity Commission is supposed to get in that, because why the Prime Minister negotiating when it's others supposed to be doing that? UNC mouthpieces. The tune changed now. It's okay now. It wasn't okay when Stuart Chong was the Minister of Energy. It wasn't okay for him to go and negotiate with Dr. Rowley, to go and negotiate with these people energy prices and all kind. The same thing, the restructuring of Atlantic LNG that Munilal praising today. All these things they criticize, But you see how you all are benefiting from PNM policy under UNC government. Thank God Stuart Chong and Dr. Rowley didn't listen to them, and they went ahead and do these things, and today we are benefiting from it. But people like Kishan and Caribbean Soul and them wouldn't give them their kudos. Last thing I will touch on today. TTT Limited. State-owned media. I've spoken about this before, but I feel the need to touch on it again, because I see they've added more UNC mouthpieces to the staff of TTT Limited. And these people are being paid with taxpayers' money to promote UNC propaganda on state media. They are being paid with taxpayers' money to turn TTT Limited, which is the television station and the affiliate radio stations, into a UNC propaganda echo chamber. So I see the latest addition to the lineup is David Welch. David Welch, who was of Trio.tt, who used to be cussing the PNM with this other one, Vicky, whoever her name is. And then he went and he joined PEP. And I think he was the head of the UTAM and PEP or whatever it is. And then he left PEP and he came, and now he's supporting the UNC. And then he has a program on YouTube. Again, cussing the PNM. But he is the latest to join. So he's there with Heavy Duty, Captain Misinformation. He is there with Stefan Rees from Synergy TV, another UNC mouthpiece who is always on TikTok, has nothing good to say about the PNM. And then you have, of course, the chairman of TTT Limited, who is Michael Kerr, aka Mikey K, of Underground Report fame. I believe Andy Williams and Lennox Smith have a morning program, Underground Report fame. And then you have Miss Santa Cruz, Anna Munsami, whose disgusting racist comments on Facebook are well documented. Right? These are the people they put in on state boards to receive your taxpayers' money, to control state-run media that you, the citizens, own. PNM refused, absolutely refused to do that when they were in office. For years, when Sharon and Google and them was enduring whatever pressure in 91.9, and they were begging, oh gosh, Ole, give something, give us a program on 91.1 now. Give us a program. Never happened. They labored in the vineyards on 91.9. Even when they started to see it was turning UNC. When people like myself, when they attempted to muzzle me, and then when it couldn't work, and they were given the ultimatum, get rid of me or lose the financing that they were getting for carrying the Monday Night Forum, and I was summarily dismissed. Right? Even then, they continued to labor and begging, hey, give me a stint. It wasn't until just before the election, when they couldn't take it anymore, and they left 91.9, that they would have gotten a program on 91.1 Talk City that lasted for about a month, maybe a month and a half. But the UNC has no problem populating. They get rid of the whole morning show team, people like Rokas and Ayinka and all of these people, get rid of them, right? And they bring this girl, Vimala, whoever her name is, and she's there now, the morning host, I think. And the majority of people you're seeing coming on there is government ministers to come and push propaganda. Those of you who listen to Sweet 100, right? Sweet 100 was just a purely music station, except when they're playing ads. Now, you getting ads, government ads. If Kamala give a speech, you're getting a replay of the speech as an ad. Government ministers, they went somewhere, they make a speech, you're getting that too constantly. They have turned even Sweet 100 into a UNC echo chamber. Same thing they did between 2010 to 2015. When they had people like same Underground Report and Marcia Brave Boy and whoever else. And we sit down, well, not we. Let's sit down quiet. Every month when you look at your pay slip and you're seeing PAYE, that money going to the government, money that you work for, but the law says you have to pay. And your employer takes it out of your pay packet and sends it to the treasury, and they're using part of that to pay these clowns to come on state media and to push the UNC propaganda agenda. And everybody knows these are propagandists. But they're using taxpayers' money from some of you PNM people to pay these people to come on radio and TV and say the worst of things about you. And then go on social media. So they have found a way that is seemingly legitimate to take taxpayers' money to pay these people to continue to just chastise the PNM on TikTok and Facebook and wherever else, whatever other social media platform that they use. So come, we'll give you a legitimate job and pay you, but understand the caveat is that you have to continue what you're doing on social media and vilify the PNM and say the nastiest of things on state media that is owned by every single citizen. But the PNM was the dictator, and the PNM was oppressive, and the PNM this, and the PNM had the worst of things to say, and the same hypocritical supporters today supporting that, but they would never have tolerated that under the PNM. That's why I've said before, and I'll continue to say that the UNC supporters are some of the most dangerous people. Some of the most dangerous. So Michael is saying Anika. Who's Anika? Or does he mean Ayinka? Let me see. Show on the urban radio station. All right. Well, if she's still there, Let me see. They need to rename the show the UNC Good Morning Show. Yes, I agree with you. And it is most unfortunate. But that is where it has reached to, right? But if the PNM were to come back in office and do that, the same people who tolerated it, they would have a problem with it. But let me just give you one last thing here before I go. So we would have raised a question in the Parliament on Friday with respect to this policy by the HDC, where they are implementing what is basically an inheritance tax. That if you own an HDC unit and you pass away, that in order for the property to be transferred to your loved ones, that there will be a fee of some 5% of the market value of the or the purchase price of the unit, which could work out into some cases in terms of tens of thousands of dollars. And it's an inheritance tax, which the UNC spoke out against when Kamala was saying that the PNM was going to use the property tax as an inheritance tax. So if your loved one could not afford to pay the tax and they got a deferral, that when they died, whoever inherited the property would be responsible for paying the back taxes, property tax, right? So inheritance tax, all right. So when that policy came out, questions were asked. The minister said, well, I don't know nothing about that, David Lee. I will have to inquire of the chairman of the HDC. And before he could inquire, the Prime Minister come out and say, well, yes, that is the policy, that is to help to assist to defray some of the costs incurred with respect to the construction of the housing and so on. All right, so what is the minister to do after that? If this policy is announced, I know nothing about it, or they come to ask me, I have no comment, I tell all them, I go and talk to the chairman of HDC, who would have been responsible for this new policy. And before I could talk to him, the Prime Minister come out and say, who is my boss? Come and say, well, hey, yes, that is the policy. That's it. I don't even need to talk to the chairman after that. The boss speak. So if she said that's the policy, well, that's the policy. I don't need to go here, right? So the mouthpiece on them decided to they were discussing this issue on the morning talk show, and they decided to call Philip Alexander, give him some work to do now so that he could actually earn those thousands of dollars that he's getting every month for nothing, drawing pay under false pretenses. Right? So let me just play that as our last bit here, because it's already 5 o'clock. Where is it? Listen to this.
Call talk 10 day. Call talk 10 day.
We call him on random call.
Yes, 6822110.
One time, we have some guests coming. We have telephone coming up, but they had a whole lot.
6822110.
Huh?
6822110.
All right. See what's going on,
Yeah.
See if you answer.
Is he staying in Lane?
This is Lane. This is his lane. He should have no problem talking about this. This is in his lane.
Good morning. Good morning.
Wondering on the answer,
That's the guy. That's the guy.
So, Minister Alexander, this is.
Wait. Listen. You're supposed to give people a heads up that they're
No, not you. Not you, buddy, not you.
Hold on,
Not you, Minister.
we are giving you the heads up. You are live on 91.1 Talks.
As live as can be.
What you
Good
didn't know?
morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning, Stefan and Mr. X here. What you didn't know is that we would call you.
On all your listeners and everybody that's paying attention to the show this morning.
Lovely.
We are calling you today to find out exactly what's going on with the AGC issue, because we have had ministers, Michelle Benjamin, there was a false story given on her. There was a false story given on Khadija with the 500 corporation workers. So we want to clear up this issue now with the AGC. So tell us what's the story with Mr. Lee, yourself, and that story along the lines of
Well, not knowing about this tax or this fee,
But they're claiming that
this transfer fee.
they're claiming that you were saying that you knew about it, but Lee didn't know about it. So could you just clear it up for us?
What is really going on?
Yeah.
But first of all, PNM, they're spread for something to hold on to say, look something wrong. I mean, of all the things, this is a story. The reality of the situation is, we deal with a lot. If you pay attention to what we're going to need, the Ministry of Housing and the agency right now, you'll realize the high level. We've probably done in 9 months more than they did in 5 years when they were in office.
All right.
So sometimes to be honest, I don't know how it slipped past ministerially, but
They did sit past. I was corrected.
But there are things that are constantly discussed. We are in constant planning, constant rebuilding, constant fixing, constantly.
Right.
So I don't think that his issue was that he didn't know. I think that his issue was he was aware that he was ruling out. No, I think the media put him off guard. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. But I want to tell you something. I'm saying this without saying contradiction. For Rose Khan and that HTC board is a miracle.
All right.
Okay.
The dad is blessed to have them. They are uncovered and undone a gorgeous knot of billions of corruption, and you will hear more.
So of course he had to find a way, typical, to start off by PNM. Yeah, the PNM. Talking about Feroz Khan and that board is a miracle, and they have unearthed and uncovered billions, corruption. We're still waiting to hear about the $800 million in fake houses, ghost houses that KPMG unearthed, not the PNM. The auditors who were hired to bring the HDC's books up to date in terms of their financials for presentation to Parliament, they, in attempting to do their sampling as part of their accounting and auditing exercise, were unable to find a single house that was supposed to have been constructed with this $800 million. So I wonder if that is perhaps one of the billion-dollar corruption that he's talking about. That didn't happen under the PNM, right? That happened under the UNC and was brought to light by Camille Robinson Regis a couple of years ago, and nobody, Munir Alliance said nothing on it, Kamala said nothing on it, Julian John said nothing on it, all right? But he basically admitted there, the minister didn't know nothing. Well, so it wasn't, so they called him expecting him to say, well, that was a lie, you know, because remember they say thing about Michelle Benjamin and it wasn't true, and they say thing about Khadija and it wasn't true, so we expect you to say the same thing that Minister Lee was aware. He couldn't say. He said, well, I don't know. I really don't want to speak for him. If you know, I can't say. But, you know, it slipped him. I don't know how it slipped him. So I went from, I don't know how it slipped him to, well, I can't talk for him. I don't know. You know, I can only talk for myself. And I was aware of it. I don't know. So sometimes we discuss so much things constantly. You know, he might have missed it. Something as significant as that, you missed. Okay? So are they exposing themselves? You want to talk for David Lee? Because, call David and ask him now. The PNM, why is this a story? Why is it a story, Mr. Alexander? Because we're trying to figure out who really in charge at the HDC. Who is in charge at the Ministry of Housing? Because if policies are being made without cabinet approval, because the only way cabinet could know, the minister has to bring a note to cabinet. And if the minister brought no note, you can't carry a note to cabinet because you are not a cabinet minister. The bald-headed buffoon can't carry a note to cabinet because he's not a cabinet minister. So the only person who could have carried a note to cabinet with respect to that policy is David Lee. And if Mr. Lee don't know, and you saying that it slipped Mr. Lee and you don't know how it slipped him and you want to talk, you can't talk for him and all that, it means it didn't go to cabinet. There was no cabinet approval. So Feroz Khan making decisions in respect of HTC and the Ministry of Housing, absent cabinet approval. So is it that cabinet just give him carte blanche authority to do whatever he wants with respect to the HTC? By the way, he remains program manager for the URP and there is no URP program in place. The CPEP board is still in place, still collecting fees every month, board fees, and the CPEP program has been shut down. My understanding is that sometime last week, they would have gotten rid of the final 100 persons who were still attached to CPEP. Remember, they set aside $7 million in the budget for the winding up of the CPEP Company Limited. So yeah, but you heard him there. So decisions being taken when there was the decision supposedly to allow people who squatting in HTC houses to do what they want, we'll regularize you. You know where else I will give you the house. Come in and sign an agreement. Jump ahead of the line of people who have applied and were waiting. You know, you don't even have an application inside, but you have a propensity to promote the lawless dump. So you just see a HTC house and you hear they say, well, if you come in there an HTC house, you could get through. And you just went and find one and move in. Minister say, I don't know nothing about it. Cabinet don't know nothing about that. And here we have another instance. So over the course of the next couple of years, how many more instances of this will raise head where Feroz can't make any decisions and the minister don't know nothing about it and the minister isn't aware that, well, you are just the minister in name only, but really Feroz is the man, right? Okay. Meanwhile, we have the largest cabinet in the country's history. And this is what passes for governance. Largest cabinet. And this way again for that. Millions of dollars being spent every month in salaries. And this way again for it. Well done, UNC. Ah. Oh, Lord. Let me see. See what they say here. Okay, Shani, disappear? Michael says Savary says a big clown. Yes, Horace, the HEC chairman is still the program manager at URP, despite the fact there is no URP around. Right? I saw also Winston was in Florida. He attended some event that was hosted by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. I think this was on Thursday. Prime Minister went to Florida on Friday. She was discussing matters of security with Marco Rubio and others, and yet still her Minister of Defense was in Florida, the same state that she was in, and he wasn't there. She didn't say, well, when come now? We're having discussions here about issues of national security and so, Xander can't come to this because he would just be sitting there like a stump on a log or a day in headlights. So, but you could come. You're done here already. So, might as well sit in and you might say something, make yourself useful. I just remember we're not in Parliament, so don't say Standing Order 27-1G. That'll apply here. Okay? She didn't say that. You want to discuss national security issues, defense issues, and your minister is in Florida, stone throw away from where you are, and you didn't see it fit to include him in these discussions. Governance UNC style. Folks, it is 5:13. I've been on here for 3 hours and 17 minutes. I want to thank you all so much for joining me. I made say more cabinets like a kitchen in a mansion and half or most of them empty, nothing of substance in them. You are so true. Alison Rogers is saying, I see Krian Singh appointed to a board. Yes, I touched on that, I think, last week. He was appointed to some board with respect to some vet board or something like that. And I've seen some of his comments on social media prior to his appointment, sometime prior to his appointment, that were less than savory and bordered on racist. But this government doesn't care about that. I told you all that in appointing state boards, they would have to scrape the bottom of the barrel. They would have to scrape the bottom of the Milky Lagoon to find people to appoint to state boards, and we are seeing it. We are seeing it today. Told you all of these things. Brian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Romain.
Greetings.
MP Romain.
Yes, sir.
I could not come on because when I heard the member for Caroni East give you a warning.
Shagona cease.
Shagona give you a warning about having attorneys.
Yes.
As if you don't have attorneys or court closers. Or evidence, because I know when you speak, you don't just speak like me or just like that.
Correct.
You have the empirical evidence.
And I am very circumspect on what I see.
Yes, I know. I mean, once you have a podcast, you have to be.
Correct.
So when I heard, I laughed. I said I had to raise it with you today
Yes.
when she came on. So, and a lot of people were concerned, told me that they were concerned that, that you may have to go before the courts and so on. I said, well, don't worry. I said, this is a gentleman who ensures that he dots his I's and crosses his T's. So I wait, and I'll tell you this, I'll be most present in that court. And I know I'll be put out because I'll be laughing. You understand? So when the member said that they have lawyers and so on, you see, you can talk that way when you're in charge of the treasury. But when you're not in charge of the treasury and you have to fork the money out of your own pocket,
Yes.
there's a total difference. So I would like to tell some of my friends and so on, let not your heart be troubled, because and it's good, a good thing she said it to her, because it has raised your listening stock. Because everybody listening to you now.
Yes.
A friend of mine has always said, every B and the brother.
Yeah.
I want to see what the B stand for. But everybody listening to you, so that's a good thing. Congratulations on your rising of your listening stock and so on. That you have people on both sides listening to you. So it means that whatever it is you have to say is important to the nation and important to the listening public. So congratulations to you, Miss MP, and all the best to you, and continue to do what you do.
Thank you.
Because at the end of the day, sir, whilst they want to invoke 52-1 to prevent you and others in the parliament from speaking and representing us, yes? Our ability to speak is being stymied all over the place, social media inclusive, and we are being told to just listen to them and don't have anything to say. Because whatever it is we have to say, they don't want anybody to hear a different view, a different opinion, or even the truth.
Yes.
So they want to stop us, and to stop you, and to stop the members of parliament who are there to speak on our behalf. Yes?
Correct.
And that, for me, sir, is wrong. That, for me, is telling me, at the end of the day, that it's going to get worse. So, our listening, our thought process is going to be skewed in a particular direction. And that, the listening public, is a warning to all of us who listen to wherever we listen, whether it is to I-95.5 or to Google or to Dominic Rumeen and whoever. They want to stop us from listening to a different opinion or another view or to the truth. And therein lies my concern. Therein lies my concern. Because at any given time, they want to tell you and I, hush him out, otherwise we will come and pick you up. And don't blame me, blame the police. Because it's not me send the police, it's the police come and pick you up. Because apparently the police listening too.
Yes.
You understand? And they could say, hey, go pick up he. And you don't have any recourse for a further 3 months. And if it is to get through another 3 months, it could be 6 months before you can get to vent or get some sort of a representation or have your rights to deal with certain issues. And after that, you are so worn and you want to give up. And that is what I believe, in my personal view, that certain people want to be done to us. And we will determine whether or not what you said is dangerous to public. Wait, public what?
That it could lead to public disorder.
Public disorder, public,
Yes.
safety or whatever it is they want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be careful what we say and how we say it and when we say it. Because today you're home in your house, and by evening, you could be elsewhere.
Yes.
And we have to be careful, but Dominic, we will continue to listen to you, as they do. As they listen to you as well. We will continue to listen to you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP. Continue the good work that you're doing for Mausika.
Yes.
Yes? Continue the good work. Because without you, sir, the people up there will have nobody else to turn to.
Yes.
Have a good evening, sir.
You too, sir. I see Caribbean Soul has arrived and he's asking me why did I walk out the Parliament if I'm following Penny. Clearly you weren't looking at the sitting, because if you did, you wouldn't have to ask me that nonsense. All right? When the UNC used to walk out, were they following weak, Kamla? Last call. And then I go on. Eric.
Good evening, MP. Good evening to
Greetings.
the listeners and callers. And another day in the land of bondage under this callous and dictatorship joint administration. Let me ask Craig so that question. So he is stating, or he's claiming that why you would have walked to the Parliament on Friday as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Caribbean Soul, if it's 13 MPs in an opposition bench, why one person must remain and the other walk out, including the leader? Oh gosh, man, Caribbean Soul, it make sense now.
Mm-hmm.
You're a big man, or is it you a mannequin?
Mm-hmm.
Make it make sense. Oh gosh, man, it's true. Most of all in UNC have false papers. You know that. But look, come on and make it a reality now, man. Anyway, Dominic, I'll sit down there and listen to, I'm a person like this, right? You see, once you talking, at certain people in the Parliament talking, I will listen.
Mm-hmm. I
cannot sit down and listen to the government in that Parliament because I personally would throw a video on about. I cannot tolerate these people. It's only lies, deceit, deception, favoritism, nepotism, racialism. That is what these people portray every day. It's not nothing that these people could come truthfully and tell the nation. Right? Everything is about the last PNM, the last administration, and the PNM. So I am coming to the opinion now that when they're having their so-called backroom meeting, they want to push that narrative, or they blame the PNM, Only did 10 months now, only did 10 months, PNM was daily pass. We in the future going forward, although they still not blame PNM for this. But you know why, Dominic? They cannot manage the affairs in the country without calling the People's National Movement in their mouths. Long story short, they must call PNM in everything to do because it's PNM that built this country and all of them know that. They know PNM built this country, so they're trying to develop everything that they do. It's the last administration. Last administration is PNM and it's Rowley and it's George Young and it's Aimbird and it's this one and it's that one, and so they're going. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But I said, they want to make it look as that the Prime Minister Kamala Prasad says that she's the only person that would have gone to the US to meet a president. Kamala Prasad says that takes several seats. Really, takes several seats. right? You take several seats because it's not now prime ministers in this country meeting presidents in America. So take several seats. We had, when Robertson was prime minister, he met, I forget his name. We had Eric Williams, he met the first president in America. You had Manning, he met Obama. You had Dr. Rowney, he met Biden. So Kamala take several seats, someone. If you go put it in base and let them believe what you want them to believe. Because you cannot fool the majority of the people in the country. Because all they want to do is to make it look as if she's the savior. Oh my gosh, Kamala is the savior of Trinidad and Tobago. After 10 years, we were also, and Kamala is a shining light over my foot. You understand? What shining light she is? Them so that disaster in this country. Watch the country, since then there, nothing is taking place in this country. Everything is at a standstill. Look at O'Meara, look at in your constituency, MP, your constituency where they was doing the upgrade work on the O'Meara intersection. From since then until now, it remains the same way. Eddie had Savannah, we're supposed to upgrade the pavilion. Since then, the breaking down, that remaining just until 2030. Right, the building down on Chadwick Road on Chapel Street, where they building the Ministry of Social Development, that building still the same way. Mm-hmm. All the projects that PNM did in prior to April 28th, from since then until now, everything remained the same. But you're coming to tell me in my face that you so love me, and you come to impose an SOE a third time on me, and then I cannot talk, I cannot say what I cannot express my opinions because why? I will get locked up, I will get charged, I will get jailed. And you are telling me this is not a dictatorship mentality we have in this country under this government? It's the communist leaders that operate to what's China, what's Russia, what's North Korea. This is communist countries, either their way or the highway. So are you trying to tell me that this government wants to take democracy out the window, I mean, not take it out, throw it out the window and bring us a communist or a socialist state? Is that the kind of mentality that the Prime Minister has for this country and say that you so love the country? I want the people in this country to ask the Prime Minister, why an SOE was implemented this time again? That is my question. Because if you all claim that the SOE, the bore fruits in the last month I had it, why it was on again now? And don't tell me it's about the spike of homicides, because all them making it look as if crime is only about homicides alone. Crime is a branch of homicides is a branch of crime. It has white collar crime, it has rapes, it has burglaries, it has home invasion, it has fraudulency, it has all these that make up the term crime. So don't make it look as if it's homicide alone. So tell us why you want to impose the SOE again. And stop BSing me and pissing in my face and telling me rain falling. Kamala Pasal and the UFC, this is 2026, they're not 2010. People are more up to order now with all their bullshit, all their BS. You understand? Let me be realistic and stop fooling the people in the country. Or they can fool on their base. Or they cannot fool the majority of this population. Why should we call the local election this year? Kamala, I am daring you, call local election this year. That's what I want you to do. And you will see who's more Alan Lady than who he is right now. Call local election if they name woman. You see how Manning did it in 94? You see how Manning did it in 2010? You see how Dr. Oli did it in 2020? You see how Miyamoto did it last month? A whole year prior? You, if you're in the Iron Woman in the Caribbean, so you want to call yourselves, I dare you to call local election this year. I dare you come up with call local election this year. If you name woman. You understand? Because look, today's Women's Day. Not even boy, this government is the worst. Some MP, this community, we thought 2010 was bad, but they take the cake, run with the ingredients, run with the oven, everything with it. This is the worst government, and people go and put them back there to run to do what? Or they didn't learn 2010, or they come back and put these people, so what? And then now, all of them who vex, and all the costing, and or they come to realize now, I was vexed with Dr. Rowley, because he's too black. He get an increase, he take this, he take that, he take what we getting now? What we getting now? You can't say nothing in this country, because they talk and tough here. So your rights have been initially taken, or if they want to impose fear in the minds of the people in this country. You understand? But what I'm saying, and it was also say MP, election has consequences. And people who didn't go out and vote last year or April, right? All also they regretting it, and don't come now and don't flock up all the PNM meeting now and all say all this sorry and all this and all that. I am buying that because Trinidadian people have 9-day memories, because if election was tomorrow morning and cannot dish out money, they want to run and vote you back. That's all Trinidadian is. What you can get. It's not what you can get, is what you can do for your country, and now your country can do for you. And people have to understand that for me to go forward, we have to change our mentality as our people. Now, I ain't saying, the majority of them want to live for this gimme, and suffering from didn't get. They just cut that kind of mentality, and let me chart a way forward to our country going forward. Because this government, and the way they're going right now, when we leave this office, it wouldn't have no Trinidad to be one again. Dominic, MP, good program, not listening.
Thank you, sir. So I see Caribbean Soul is saying, I know PNM campaign come 2030 is to reopen CPEP and URP, and that is sad towards the population. It's to keep the people at the lowest. You know that? You are part of the PNM? You know what's the unfortunate thing of people like you all? You all know about CPEP and URP, but when all the other programs that the PNM had in place, right? For instance, the East Port of Spain Development Company, the $3 million that they had set aside in $20,000 grants, which was specific to entrepreneurs and persons who had entrepreneurial inclinations in East Port of Spain specifically, to help these people, give them grants and give them training, and also to provide them with reduced rents in New City Mall and Eastside Plaza, and in some cases to allow them rent-free spaces. Where were you all when those programs were taking place? Where were you all? Well, you always have the worst to say about people from East Port of Spain, East Dry River, Beetham, and so on. All of these men and women who, rather than looking for handouts, you see them on Charlotte Street, Henry Street, Frederick Street, Duke Street, selling, right? Trying to earn a living for Christmas. See them with their mats. I was amazed. See them with the trolleys with their mats and their rugs and all these kind of things selling. You name it. And they were complaining that the sales were very slow. People weren't buying because of the state of the economy. But the PNM, East Port of Spain, under Helen Moraine and so as the chairman and so on, set aside $3 million. And we're telling people, here what come? We're giving you grants up to $20,000 to expand your business. So if you're selling on Charlotte Street, Henry Street, whatever it is, we're giving you space. Come off the street and come into New City Mall or come into Eastside Plaza. But if you want to remain on the street, no problem. And you want to use the money to buy more goods, not a problem. You want to avail yourself of the space in one of the malls, you probably put your daughter or your son there and put some product there to sell, and you remain on the street. So that way you double your money. Do that. Where were you all when the PNM did that? But you only talk about the PNM is the open back CPEP and URP. The UNC used that as well in the election. Because the fact of the matter is, if the CPEP and URP workers knew they were going to be unemployed, they would not have voted for the UNC. Even though we were telling them that, Stuart Young told them they didn't listen, they're just trying to frighten people. So many other programs that the PNM had. Aside from East Port of Spain, the government itself wanted to create 1,000 entrepreneurs by the end of 2025 into 2026. They set aside millions of dollars for that, to give grants to people, and they were saying, come, avail all yourself of it. When it is that the government had the agriculture program and they were giving out land, and I always talk about that when Fitzgerald Hines, when Dr. Rowley had COVID, and Fitzgerald Hines was the feature speaker at the Emancipation procession and downtown when he was speaking, and he talked about that and made the point when the government was looking at the list of names of persons who were applying and who for the program to acquire the land, that he noticed that there was a shortage of names of persons of African descent. He lamented that fact, that for some reason persons of African descent were not inclined to come and apply and to get a piece of land for agriculture. And what did the UNC say? Discrimination. So that's how the PNM operated now. They want to give out land, but they're only looking for people with African names. No, Mr. Hines didn't say that. He was saying there needed to be some level of balance. Why is it that persons of African descent are not taking advantage of these opportunities? You all ain't talking about that. The Youth in Agriculture Homestead Program. The government said, here, come, we're giving you training, 2 years training in UE, in agriculture, not just to dig dirt, hydroponics, you name it, aquaculture, everything, animal husbandry, 2 years. We pay in the tuition and we're giving you a stipend as well. And when you are finished, we will give you 2 acres of land, a starter home, $20,000 to start your business, your farmer's license, all of these things. That wasn't CPEP and URP. No. But how come you all weren't talking about these things? How come you all weren't talking about these things? But it's always what the CPEP is just dependency. But the member for Chaguanas East, the Minister of Social Development, come to talk about how the PNM shut down baby grant. The People's Partnership set aside $120 million for baby grant. And for the period of time that it was in operation, only $20 million was accessed. Because you had to make child to get the money. And a child takes 9 months. So obviously, it will take a little while. Make child and come and get $500 a month. Come and get a food card. Right? But so the UNC wasn't promoting dependency. When the PNM wanted to develop East Port of Spain all the way up to Lavantil, up on Pashley Street, up on the Eastern Main Road, and the Roberts come and do a whole doubles and coffee to tell the people, hey, they're just telling all that they want to move all the out of East Dry River and Duncan Street and Nelson Street, and they tell all they're going to relocate all there, and they will bring all back, but don't study them. They want to take all their land and put up high rises to give to the 1%, so don't take on them and all of that. When Mr. Manning tried to do it, UNC come and tell them, make sure all they don't take less than $1 million for your apartment. You're owing $25,000 and $30,000 in rent. You ain't pay rent in decades. But they're telling you, make sure the government will pay you less than $1 million. The people take chain up till they're still living in the same dilapidated apartments. All the UNC attempted to do was what? Paint it. Give it a coat of paint, but the inside in a mess. And when Ms. Dr. Rowley and Patrick Manning wanted to tear it down and give you all modern apartments, well, they take chain up. Yeah, they're just doing that because they want to give it to the 1%. That's the dotish talk that always come with. But never gave the PNM credit. And every time the PNM tried to do something for the advancement of PNM people and persons of African descent, UNC always claiming discrimination, running to the courthouse and the Equal Opportunities Commission to claim discrimination. And more often than not, they would win. And you all would never come and support the government, support the PNM and say, yes, we see they're doing things. So anything that the PNM had to do. So you see, the UNC could do things for persons of African descent because there is the perception that the UNC is an East Indian party. So how can Africans complain if the UNC doing things for African? But when the PNM does anything for Africans, because the PNM is seen as being an African party, is discrimination. And that is the problem that the PNM faces all the time. But when the UNC in power, when the PNM in power and they doing stuff like that to help the people, the vulnerable, who all they keep identifying, who you want them to do it for? You all keep talking about how much Africans in the prison and Africans this and the most criminals is persons of African descent. You all keep saying these things. So when the PNM tries to help them and they're in power, you have a batch of UNC lawyers line up ready to go to the courthouse. But when the UNC in power and they do anything that is worthy of the courthouse, PNM can't find a lawyer who willing to do it for free, for pro bono. That's our malady that we are faced with. So we don't have it easy. We don't. And while the UNC could safely count certain seats in their basket, we cannot do the same. 2 occasions, Kamala Persad-Bissessar has been Prime Minister and has enjoyed a significant majority in the parliament such that she could come and boast, right? And whine on the PNM and say, we will pass legislation with or without your support. We don't need your support. But the PNM supporters have never given, well, except from the days of Eric Williams. Come forward from Patrick Manning, 1991, come forward. They have never given us that significant mandate to be able to do the things that the UNC has done, save and except when I think we had maybe 26 seats or so in 2002, right? But never a 29 seat that they gave the UNC in 2010, and then they come and they give them 28 this time around, right? They could guarantee they have certain number of safe seats. Whereas how they were able to take Labrie and Point 14, you feel we could ever get Separia? You think we could ever get Oropuch East and Oropuch West and so on? Never happened. But as I said before, PNM, we don't have safe seats. We don't. Because the unfortunate reality is that our supporters wouldn't say, well, all right, the party let me down, but let me use the organs available to be able to register my frustration and let them know, this is how I feel. We wouldn't do that. Kamala could do whatever. The UNC could do whatever. The leadership could call them whatever. When the time is necessary, they coalesce and they come and they do what they need to do. Right? Because they just want to see Kamala there. So all of them who was working CPEP and URB, UNC supporters who lost their work, you feel if election call tomorrow, they're going to vote for the PNM or they will stay away from the polls? Of course not. They're going to vote. But the same Kamala Persad-Bissessar because they just don't want the PNM there. Right? They rather oppression under the UNC than under the PNM. Even if oppression under the UNC is worse than what they consider oppression to be under the PNM. Because when the PNM had money, they spent. We saw Mr. Manning did it, 2002 to 2010. When he was spending, money was running, build the waterfront construction, boom, Kamala had a problem with that. You overheating the economy and crowding out the private sector. Too much people employed. You can't get a mason or a carpenter if you're doing work home. When money is available, the PNM spends on the country. The problem is the UNC realize you want to get votes, deal with the individual. Forget the macro. And that's the PNM's problem. We do things for the benefit of the entire country. The UNC will do it, so they will go and pave a road. They will put down a standpipe to benefit a few people, and they buy their loyalty. When the PNM is like, we need to do things to develop the country, not just for today, but for down the road. Licks on our own supporters. So when I saw this gentleman come on Friday at the meeting to apologize, to say that he's PNM, but he admits that he went and he gave the UNC his support for the election and today he regrets it and he has come to publicly apologize to the party for having done so. There are plenty more like him in the same situation. Rather than keep faith with your party, we have avenues. Let them know that is why we have general council. Join our party group and let whoever the general council representative for your party group, let them know, hey, listen, you need to go to general council and tell the executive, this is how this party group feels. This is how this constituency feels. That is what your executive is there for. Let them know. Oh, no, we're going to teach them a lesson. We are voting. They teach them a lesson, yes, but you're teaching yourself an even bigger lesson. Because when you catch in your backside, wow, you had to wait 5 years. You feel, with all the things that has happened in the last 10 months, UNC still enjoys widespread support from their supporters, and they still have some of them who, the embarrassment is so great. They so want to refuse to admit that they were wrong. When they do the comparison that, boy, all the things they say about Rowley's a dictator and Rowley this and Rowley that, to have to now come and admit to yourself that you're wrong, they refuse to do that. So I'll continue to cuss the PNM and say the worst things about them when I know, in fact, that if the PNM had done what the UNC has done in the last 10 years, well, boy, fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone is what it would have been. Let me see this. What is this? A Caribbean soul getting good cuss in the chat there. Ishan saying Manning friend stole $2 billion, called a hat. Manning Friends stole $2 billion. Okay. Who said that? The UNC, right? Kollahat ever make a jail? The UNC ever made any effort whatsoever to lock up Kollahat? Kollahat ever talk to the police? Kollahat ever see handcuffs? The only person who attempted to arrest Kollahat was a man by the name of Ishmael Samad, who took a sledgehammer and went to Kollahat's house in Cascade and started to beat down the man's gate, and the police came and arrested him and charged him for malicious damage to Kollahat's property. That was it. Mr. Hart jumped on a plane and he went to Miami. When they asked the then Attorney General, well, here, what now? What going on with Kollahat? He said, well, we know where Mr. Hart is. When we're ready for him, we know where to find him. Seems they were never ready for him in 5 years after telling you, Kollahat thief billions and Manning thief and Kollahat this and Kollahat that. At least the PNM made an effort, right? When they went after Ram Logan and Ramdeen and the likes of Ishan Steve and so on. What is happening with that matter? Where, thanks to the efforts of the PNM having come back into office, when they start initiating the process of suing Ishan Steve in the Miami courts, and for 5 years, 2010 to 2015, absolutely nothing was done by the UNC to push that matter through. And when the PNM came in 2015, thank God, because the matter was mere months away from being thrown out in the courts in America, because the lawyers who were retained by the state said, well, here what, we have not been getting any direction from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, despite our best efforts. The Attorney General telling us nothing, the government telling us, so we have no instructions, we don't know what to do, we ain't getting paid, so it is what it is. Unfortunately, the PNM came back in 2015 and pursued that matter. We won, and we are supposed to get in excess of $1 billion TT dollars. What is happening with that? Anybody could give me an update? We know that the appeal went through and everything, and the matter stands. What is going on with that? What is going on with the EMBD matter? I stopped seeing people coming in the comments and asking about that EMBD matter involving Rudal Munilal and others. He came in the parliament on Friday to talk about some contract or something that TN Ramnath had applied for under Stuart Jung, and when Stuart Jung signed the first document and he see TN Ramnath, he say, hold back, he had to do some checks or whatever it is, claiming discrimination. And when he came in as minister, he just signed off on it. All right? Isn't TN Ramnath one of the companies mentioned in that matter? But it is what it is. Right? It is what it is. But nobody asking questions about that. And we saw Stuart Jung put out something a couple of days ago in which he is saying that efforts are being made to frustrate the process because the EMBD board under the PNM was pushing through that matter. It was moving apace. We were getting updates. 10 months into office now, we ain't nothing. Justice C. Prasad said this has been on my docket for too long and it needs to be dealt with. 7 years, too long. Let's deal with it. Let's get it on. Caution the board, the new UNC appointed board of EMBD. Watch all yourself, right? Don't come and play no smart, no foolishness here with me and whatnot. Abide by the process, but nothing happening. But remember, they have the power as the government if they wish they could withdraw the matter. Because it's not a criminal case, it's a civil suit. But it cost Malcolm Jones and it cost the PNM, Malcolm Jones, and they pulled back the Malcolm Jones lawsuit. Wait and see. But people like Caribbean Soul and Kishan and them ain't concerned about that. No! But if it was a PNM person named call up in EMBD, you would have heard them. You would have heard them, but no. As Munilal name call and this one and UNC financiers, we're not interested in that. They could pull the case today and they wouldn't have, all they will tell you is, well, remember the PNM and Malcolm Jones. But we already discussed Malcolm Jones. Malcolm Jones could not make that decision on his own. He was the chairman of the board, but that was a board decision, but you sue the chairman and not the board. The two witness statements from Chantak and Batiste that would have exonerated Malcolm Jones in the arbitration proceedings between WGTL St. Lucia and Petrotrin, which Petrotrin won, and WGTL was ordered to pay monies to Petrotrin with respect to that same gas to liquid plant. That same arbitration tribunal decision that Malcolm Jones was going to use as evidence in his court case. Why wasn't it given to Vincent Nelson and Russell Martino when they asked them for an opinion on whether or not they should sue Malcolm Jones? These two men came out after and said, if we had gotten the witness statements of Chantak and Batiste, who were members of the board with Malcolm Jones, if we had gotten that arbitration decision to review as the part of the packet of documents to make a decision and advise the governments if it makes sense to sue Malcolm Jones, we would have told them, do not sue Malcolm Jones, do not pursue the matter because you would lose. Mr. Jones has a very good case, but the documents were never given to them because the government wanted a particular outcome, a particular decision to justify suing Malcolm Jones, all right? So you could pay hefty legal fees and then get your kickback. That is all that was about. There was no interest in pursuing Malcolm Jones and all of that. So rubbish. But that is what they will come with. And then you will put these people back in office and expect them to do differently. So you're mad. Folks, we will chat again next week. P.F. Cutter is telling Caribbean Soul, you have no business, no job, no income, no hope, just a abless loser. Caribbean Soul trying to leech off for what we worked hard and pay millions in taxes to government for. Caribbean Soul is telling me I'm reading too much CNC3 newspapers. Bossman, I do research. All right? You see, you all who are members of the Headline Readers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, and that's all you all do, read headlines. I don't do that. Right? When I do research, I don't just look for one article. And I just don't depend on newspaper articles. All right? In depth is what I do. I don't rely on one source. So when I come here and I speak, and that's why when I speak in the Parliament, receipts. So if you're challenging me, you're not just challenging me, challenge my sources. Tell them that they are wrong and how come you didn't challenge them before. I make sure so that when I speak in the Parliament, whoever come after me on the government side and who want to come and respond and rebut. That's why I make it difficult for them. All right? So when you tell me about reading CNC3 newspapers, what you reading? What you reading? Kick out the PNM Facebook page? The Voice Facebook page? What is the Daily Press Facebook page? That's what you reading? The UNC Facebook page? Clearly, where's where you get your information from? Here are your sources. I prefer to go to the independent sources. You get your information from Pastor Google, really? Right. Okay. I tell you. I had to give Google a call. Kishan Ali is saying PNM had 10 years to lock up UNC members but couldn't because the PNM liked to lie. PNM can't fool we black people again. Well, I hear nonsense, so the PNM had 10, the PNM, Anand Logan and Gerald Ramdeen were before the courts, right? They were charged after the PNM came into office, based on things that were found when the PNM came into office. Okay? You telling me about the PNM had 10 years to lock up UNC people. There is a process. The government doesn't lock up anybody. That is the work of the police. The police investigates. You get evidence, you put together a file, and you submit it to the DPP, and the DPP will review. And if he's of the view that this is a winnable case and there's sufficient evidence to make out a prima facie case, he will then instruct the police to charge the people. All right? At least the PNM brought people before the courts. What did the UNC do? So you telling me about PNM had 10 years, UNC had 5 years. Calder Hart never even talked to the police, and let's say he thieved billions of dollars. Never talked to the police, no interview. The police never called Calder Hart and said, we need to come down to the police station so we can have a discourse. Or we come into your home. That never happened. You all won an election and Calder Hart thief. And then when they come into office, made no effort whatsoever to arrest Calder Hart and get back the $2 billion that you say he stole. No criminal charges, no civil suit. The PNM went after Ish and Steve years after they were accused of stealing money from the state with respect to the airport. Today, we won, the government and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago won over $1 billion in restitution because the PNM went after Ish and Steve. It wasn't the PNM was when the PNM demitted office in 2010. Ish and Steve were a hair's breadth away from being extradited. The UNC came into office and scuttled the whole thing. Why do you think Anand Ramlogan is before the court today with respect to that witness tampering matter? Why did he want David West to withdraw his witness statement in support of Dr. Rowley's case? When Ramlogan was suing Dr. Rowley, and Dr. Rowley called David West as a witness, and David West's witness statement was damning when he outlined all the things that happened with respect to Ish and Steve, and how all the efforts that were put out under the PNM to get them to the United States to answer charges, the instructions that he received. What was so damning in this witness statement of David West that Ram Logan would risk his reputation and his freedom to call David West to tell him, well, what, we give you, allegedly, you'll get the PCA director position if you withdraw the witness statement. What was in that? You can't find it on the internet anymore because it is now subject sub judice. But when I read it when I was on 91.9 on the radio station, it was damning when you hear David West outline what happened and the efforts of the then government to make sure that Ish and Steve got away. The PNM went after them. They said, well, we can't get them from a criminal perspective. We will do it civil. Went to court. They lost office, came back, and pursued the matter. And today, Ish is supposed to pay you, the taxpayer, over $1 billion. So when you want to come and talk nonsense about the PNM had 10 years to lock up UNC people, PNM did more to go after white-collar criminals than the UNC ever did. You tell me one person that the UNC ever accused in the PNM of being involved in any criminal activity, stealing money, and that they went the length that the PNM went. Well, they talk a certain nonsense about Vincent Nelson and what they bribe and indemnity and all kind of foolishness. Read the transcript. Any UNC person who is saying that Vincent Nelson lies, something wrong with all here. Simple common sense will tell you. Nelson outlined the account number, how much money he sent. He provided the police with the wire transfer receipts. All the police had to do. If Nelson say he put money in Gerald Ramdin bank account, the easiest way to prove it, get a production order, go to the bank, tell the bank we want to get statements on Gerald Ramdin's account, this specific account, and others that he has from the time the account was open to this date. All right? So we could compare. So we will look. So Vincent Nelson give us a receipt, a wire transfer receipt for £100,000. When we do the math, that works out to X amount of TT dollars. Let us look at Gerald Ramdin's bank statement. Are we seeing any deposits into his account that correspond with that TT amount around the time that this receipt says it was sent? Yes, we've seen it there. So it was sent on the 10th, and we see it on the 11th or the 12th, this money came in. Next receipt, all right, let's see. Receipt says this amount sent. Let's check the bank statement and see if we've seen any money like that. Yes, there it is. Simple. The police would have done that. We read about that, the production orders. It's very easy to prove. If Ramdin says not true and he received no money, his bank statements would show that Vincent Nelson's receipts were bogus. So the police would have charged based on the evidence that they would have gathered based on that. But you have a whole thing and that wasn't true and they lie and they pay Nelson to lie and all of that. So the police stupid. The bank was complicit too. Right? The police wouldn't go and get the bank statements to prove. You say you give me $10,000 and you put it on my account. Well, then if I want to prove my innocence, I just had to show the police my bank statement. Where the $10,000 that he say he put in my bank account. Show me where it is. Look my bank statement there. He say he put it in this account. Look the statement. This is the month he say. This is the date. Check the statement and see if you see any 10,000. No 10,000. You innocent? But if the man say he gave me 10,000 on June 1st, and you check my bank statement and you see $10,000 coming on June 1st, how he know 10,000 coming on June 1st unless he put it there? But you blockheaded UNC supporters can't accept that. You know why? Because it shows that your government is corrupt. And that's the problem. And you all will continue to support. You all are a brotherhood of wrongdoers. But when PNM vex with PNM government, not for criminal matters, or let's say Imbut thief, $2-point-something billion Imbut thief, and the Privy Council say lock up Imbut and Imbut should be charged. 10 months later, UNC stopped talking about that. They in charge. They have access to all the documents. Dave Tanku is the Minister of Finance. All they fire Hilaire from the Central Bank and all they put Larry Hawaii. So you all have access to all the documents. What's going on with that? The Auditor General said that Hilaire deprived her of the opportunity to come in and do the audit. 10 months now. She went in yet? She went to verify if the issue with the $2.6 billion was in fact, as Carl Member told you all, was an error with the electronic check clearing system. Has she gone to do that? And if she has, how come they haven't come back to the public? It was all over the public. Oh, input this and input that. How come they didn't come back to tell Ole? Well, the Auditor General went and she did the audit. She was accommodated by the new UNC, Central Bank Governor, and she did the audit, and it shows that Imbud lied. So it wasn't a check clearing error. If that was the case, they would have talked about that when they come in the parliament of bus mark. Mr. Speaker, you know, so. Saddam Hussein, Munilal, Tanku, one of them would have come to the parliament already to talk that talk. They want to tell you about who had CPEP contract and who get how much contract from HGC. They would have come already and tell you, look, the Auditor General went and she audited the central bank, and Imbud said that it was a check clearing error, and the Auditor General found that was a lie. They would have do that 10 months and they haven't been able to do that, and you're still talking that garbage. They said Rowley shut down the Petrotrin refinery was to protect AV drilling. 10 months they in office. Munilal, who made himself Inspector Clouseau, say that he went to Miami himself to investigate to find out what Dr. Rowley have bank account and with whoever, and 500,000 US wire transfer and all of that. He went. So he had a vested interest in that. He is now the Minister of Energy. He is responsible for the former Petrotrin assets. Petrotrin didn't burn down. The refinery is still there. All of the offices of Petrotrin is still there. Nobody came and said, well, they shredded all the documents. Everything is still there. All of the buildings and all the filing cabinets and everything, the computers, all the information is still there. 10 months later, have they offered you any proof to say, well, look, we told you all, Rowley shut down the refinery was to protect AV drilling, and look, the evidence here. They're not even talking about that anymore. You know who's talking about it? People like all here. Because the people who told you all that nonsense in charge now, and they know it was absolute garbage. They knew that from up front, and they come now and they still know it's garbage. They've not offered you, and they don't even want to talk about that. And all you're still here yapping on that foolishness, and they're up there doing what they have to do, because they will never bring the truth, because the truth will set the PNM free. That's all their problem. Folks, PF Cutters is saying, I'm seeing Jayanti Lakshmi, they are going to be on morning edition tomorrow. That's interesting. I wonder what she coming to talk about. Privy Council said that there was no reason for the refinery to be closed. The Privy Council said that? Really? Okay. All right. Well, if there was no reason, how come even the UNC after 10 months still having problems finding somebody to open it back? Huh? How come? And again, in case you knew, Kishan, if you know how to use Google, here what to do. Google, time to build up, not tear down Petrotrin. The statement of one Kevin Ramnarine, December 2014, when he was Minister of Energy. And when it is they were telling the workers, and that statement he made in the Senate was directed to the OWTU, when the government then was telling the workers of Petrotrin that the profitable Petrotrin that you all talk about was unable to give them any pay raises, $0 in pay raise. And the union was threatening work to rule and to shut down the refinery. And Ramnarine saw it fit to tell them, time to build up, not tear down Petrotrin. Go and read that statement. And I will ask the question again, since you bright. I always ask, why did Ramnarine put in that statement? Go and take the time to do research to find out how many refineries had shut down over the previous 5 years around the world, and then come and put it in that statement and said that over 60 refineries or refineries had been shut down around the world in the previous 5 years. And his words, Trinidad and Tobago and Petrotrin is not immune from that. In other words, he was telling you all that if the current situation facing Petrotrin in 2014 didn't change, we were facing the real possibility we're not immune from the refinery having to close. And at that time, oil prices was higher than what it was under the PNM in 2018. So you trying to tell me oil price high, making money. Petrotrin was producing more oil then than in 2018. More oil, and he is telling you the company losing money. The refining arm of Petrotrin is eating up the profits that we're getting from the upstream. What's the upstream? Exploration and production. So on the exploration side, we're finding oil and we're selling it and we're making money there. But the profits that we are making there is being eaten up by the low refinery margins. So we're reporting losses because the refinery losing money. He said that in the statement. He said that. But all they wanted was the Petrotrin was making money. So they were producing more oil in 2014 and suffering losses. But in 2018, when they were producing less oil at lower prices than 2014, you all want to tell us they were making a profit. Make that make sense to me. That's what you call UNC economics. Donkey logic. When you're producing more at higher prices, you're suffering losses. The minister said that. But in 2018, when you were producing less oil at lower prices, you were making profits. More money than you were making when your production was higher and prices was higher. That making sense to you, UNC supporters. You see, because all your heads so off and the UNC could fool all you easily. All you get fooled. And because cognitive dissonance, you all are so invested in that lie that when the truth hit all, it's like, you mean to tell me all these years I push in that lie, boy, and then this is what it is? I refuse to believe it. No, I can't. I stick into the lie. Because that's the only way you can satisfy your conscience that you voted out the PNM, right? Based on that lie and realizing the foolishness that you did. You don't want to accept it, so you're sticking with the lie to feel good. I did the right thing because Petrotrin, this one said you didn't have to close the refinery, and that one said. But 10 months later, in the UNC catching their backside, nobody lined up to reopen the refinery. When they came into office, the PNM had somebody who was interested, Oando, not Onando, as the Prime Minister and Munilal said. Oando was there waiting. They were in negotiations. Where are they today? Where are they today, Kishan? So when they're talking nonsense about the way the PNM are fooling black people, they're fooling you, the UNC fool you. Because you allow them to fool you. Someone is saying Petrotrin needed proper counsel to reassess, which PNM lacks the cognitive ability. Okay. Right. Another one. Suffering from cognitive dissonance. I don't have the time today, but perhaps next week I'll revisit that. Because there's an article that speaks to that. Right? By people in the know. Not you armchair critics and armchair analysts who figure all they know everything. That you're only reading UNC propaganda and coming here to talk rubbish. But Petrotrin needed proper counsel to reassess. The reassessment was done. Go and look up on the oil and gas journal, right? And you will see the interview that Khaled Hassan Ali, the man who sat down at Kamla and said, look, we find 48 million barrels of sweet crude of Soldado. Look at here. We could drink it. What happened to that? What happened to that? Why don't you talk about that, about proper counsel to reassess? Where is that 48 million barrels that Kamla and the UNC told us was there? Sweet crude. Where is it? They ever brought it before we ever sold it? But you all don't talk about that. You all know everything that there is to know about Petrotrin and refuse to accept the facts. But just last year, last refinery, I think, is in Scotland or Ireland or one of them there, shut down because of the same reason. They could have only held out for so long. And refineries continue to close. But all know best. So there's something wrong with all. When Khaled Hassan Ali was speaking to the Oil and Gas Journal, and he said they had to reduce the throughput in 2014, the Petrotrin, the refinery throughput from 180,000 barrels a day to 120,000 barrels a day. Why? His words, to avoid going out of business. That is what he said. Right? Khaled Hassan Ali said that. They reduced the throughput from 180,000 to 120 to 1/3 by 60,000 barrels to avoid going out of business. The only reason, had they continued, so in other words, you were saying if we had continued with a throughput of 180,000 barrels, the refinery would have gone out of business. That is what he was saying. So when you all want to come and talk rubbish, do your research before I do my research. I'm going to just take Brian here because if I stick around more, he'll make me stay here until about 8 o'clock. Brian.
Dominic, we will talk about, I will talk about Petrotrin next time you're on. I know you'll have to go, so I don't want to waste your time. So next time I will talk about that. Thank you very much.
Now we'll touch on it quickly. Go ahead. I'll give you 5 minutes.
I ain't want 5 minutes, right? But Dominic, even in the Parliament on Friday, the Minister of Energy misled the country when he indicated that when the refinery closed down, that people couldn't send the children to school. I want to tell people, and I'm going to read Because Dr. Rowley paid out $2.73 billion to the employees at that time in 2018. I know people personally told me they got, hey, I get 3 million, but I get 4 million, but hey, but I get real money, but. And not only that, the first 500 was not taxed by Dr. Rowley. The first $500,000 were not taxed. And those who got less, who were there just for a few years, some of them were re-employed and are still working in the company. So to come and say that the company, that the government at the time didn't give nobody no money and the companies, people suffering and all kinds, that is not true. That is not true. The company was losing $7 to $8 on a barrel of oil. Why? I'm asking people a question. Why does the refinery have no back?
Exactly.
It's 10 months now, going on 11 months. Why does they press the button back the refinery? Why does they looking for a partner just like what the PNM was looking for? If it is they're saying that, okay, the refinery, as soon as we get in, they will open back the refinery. Why it is they didn't give it to Roger to open back the refinery? Or they didn't open back the refinery. You know why? Because they know it was running at a loss. Why does it all over the world looking for somebody to open back the refinery? Ask yourself these questions. They say the Indians were coming to look at the refinery. What of a sudden now it's America? Why? Ask yourself these questions. And do you know it's going to take natural gas to assist in running the refinery? What is the natural gas issue in Trinidad and Tobago today? Do you know why we're not making any money because of the Iranian war? It's because we don't have natural gas to put in Atlantic energy to sell to Europe. That is the reason. So when Dr. Munilal comes and says we're going to make $10 billion, really? Where you get our money? Where you get our price from? Or you have to ask yourself these questions. As well as just going about listening to these people just telling you all things and accepting it. The refinery, nothing is going on. I pass there every day. I have people in there. I talk to them. Is anything going on? No. Tanks being repaired? No. What is going on? Nothing. And you're not asking yourself these questions, but accepting stupidness and old talk. I am fed up of listening to people talk about this refinery and are not understanding that the refinery was losing money. Where are you going to get US? If you have a problem with US dollars today, where are you going to get US dollars to buy oil?
Tell me.
Where are you going to get the US dollars? You don't buy oil in TT, you buy oil in US. Right now, oil price is $90 US a barrel. You think it's a barrel of oil to run the refinery? The refinery runs 24/7, 365. It don't shut down after 4 o'clock. It runs 24/7, 365. Where are you going to get money? Where are you going to get US dollars to run the refinery? Because you be paid to get US dollars to run the country, much less US dollars to run the refinery. You accepted all talk. Dr. Munilal has issues to deal with and he's not dealing with. I listened to him on Thursday on. He talking about Lauren. Lauren is not ours. Lauren is on the Venezuelan side. Where are we going to get the gas from? All of us, Dragon was dead. All of a sudden, Dragon alive? Well, I wait to hear what the Honorable Prime Minister has to say when she gets back. I wait to hear what has been arranged. Or is she waiting until Shell come and tell us, hey, we go give away the gas because we don't negotiate already?
Yeah.
I am waiting to hear. So stop this old talk about the refinery this and the refinery that. The refinery cannot run as it is. It is a lower end of the fourth quartile. I keep saying that. The fourth quartile means it is an old derelict refinery that cannot make money. choice, absolutely none. How many people you think runs a refinery twice the size of a refinery in Petrotrin in England? 800 people. We had thousands running the refinery, thousands. And we had to pay them money. Everybody got money, including the temporaries got money. But CPM get money? URP get money?
Wait.
Forestry get money? No. But Dr. Rowley made millionaires in this country. Millionaires. They ain't gonna talk that. But when they're coming to talk about the refinery this and the refinery that, but let me start back the refinery 10 months, going on 11 months, and the refinery is start. Nothing is going on. No repairs, nothing is going on. I am fed up, and it disturbs me. And that's why I have to talk about it. That people who don't know come in and talking on your program and making comments, and they don't have a clue. I am ashamed. It disturbs me greatly when I hear about this refinery. And I want the refinery to start because according to Roger, some people don't want the refinery to start. We want it to start, but we'll start it now. You don't have your $40 million problem to deal with. Why not come and start the refinery? With what money? How are you going to pay the workers? How are you going to train the workers? You have to train people. It's 8 years now, almost 8 years. You have to train new people. You have to bring in administrative people. How are you doing that? With who? It takes manpower to run the refinery. How are you going to do it? Well, you have to ask these questions. I am fed up. It don't take a robot to run a refinery. And technology now today is what is needed now to run that particular refinery. And it has to be modernized and upgraded. It's not going to run just so you don't press button and it runs. And it needs natural gas. It needs electricity. It needs water. How are we doing that? Ask yourself these questions. And who pays for it? It has to be people with deep pockets, very deep pockets. And some of them who say they're going to come and run the refinery have international problems to deal with. We'll talk more about that next week if it comes up again.
For sure.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dominic.
Thank you. Let me just read this here quickly. You know how to research, right? This article dated December 16, 2013. Sunday Express, Petrotrin not alone, but Ed, the disclosure by Petrotrin President Khaled Hassan Ali, who put him there, UNC, that the state company and country's prized oil refinery is operating under financial stress must come as a surprise to most citizens. For as long as most people can remember, the refinery has been a symbol of Trinidad and Tobago's prosperity. Goes on to say, to learn that after the costly overhaul, US 1.4 billion project, gas optimization project, the 168,000 barrels of oil per day refining complex is likely to incur a loss in 2013, must leave citizens wondering what is going on at Petrotrin. We commend Mr. Hassan Ali for being forthcoming with Petrotrin's plight. He did not try to bamboozle members of the Public Account Enterprises Committee or cast blame on others for the precarious position in which the company finds itself. So he didn't blame Manning and the PNM, and he didn't blame Malcolm Jones. He spoke of the immense cost overruns of the GOP project encountered along the almost decade implementation. What Mr. Hassan Ali did not say was that most projects of that nature undertaken during the same period faced similar challenges around the world. Reporting on one of the costliest LNG projects in the world, Chevron's US 52 billion Gorgon in Australia, the Financial Times, November 1st, 2013, said it was running behind schedule and over budget. Chevron, one of the biggest oil producers and refiners globally, now hopes to complete the complex in 2016, but with significant cost overruns. But all they wanted to kill Calder Hart and Manning. And here it is that you have Chevron, the largest, biggest or one of the biggest oil producers, was building a similar project. And they were well behind on completion date and with significant cost overruns. Refineries operate on margins, meaning they make profits or suffer losses based on what they pay for a barrel of oil and the prices they get for the refined products, gasoline, diesel, etc., made from the oil. Globally, refineries have had a yo-yo run over the past few years. In 2011 and much of 2012, refineries owned by giants such as ExxonMobil and Chevron registered decent profits. However, with a fall in demand for refined products in huge markets such as the USA and Europe, and increased refining capacity in China and the Middle East, fortunes have turned. The Financial Times reported Chevron results were the last in the latest round of figures from the large Western oil companies and conformed to the general pattern of rising costs and a decline in profits from their refining businesses. But some of you all want us to believe that somehow, even though Kevin Ramnarine said we are not immune, that the Petrotrin refinery was the best in the world, and the issues that were facing refineries around the world, resulting in 60 closures in the previous 5 years, as Kevin Ramnarine told us in December 2014, that somehow Petrotrin was immune from that. Large volumes of refining capacity have come on stream in China and the Middle East this year, outpacing the growth in the world fuel demand and putting pressure on refining margins worldwide. But don't tell all of that. Petrotrin, that didn't apply to them. Apparently, we exist on a different planet. In other words, Petrotrin is not alone in facing financial challenges as a refiner. This article is from 2013. This is not to suggest that the company does not have an obligation to do everything to turn around its fortunes. With the GOP project almost complete, its operations ought to be significantly more efficient. Still, Mr. Hassan Ali notes that the refinery needs to make a margin of US $9 a barrel of oil to break even. Its current margin is much less. So he's telling you we need to earn $9 US to break even on every barrel of oil that we turn into refined fuels. We're not making that just to break even, not profit, 9 US. He is telling you here, under the UNC in 2013, that the current margin is much less than 9 US. And you all telling us what they were making profit, but the president is telling you in 2013 that is not the case. We're not even breaking even, but you all coming to talk this nonsense. Oh, the refinery was making profits and the PNM shut it down, and the PNM shut down the train, and the PNM shut down Caroni 1975 Limited. They shall leave it open. That's what some of you all need. Exports of crude oil and refined products from TNT to the USA have plummeted from a high of 4 to 5 million barrels in a month in 2004-2006 to a monthly average of 700,000 barrels in 2013. And it is not simple to merely switch market focus, as is the case of LNG. European oil refiners facing declining consumption in their domestic markets are eyeing Asia. In this highly competitive environment, besides cutting costs and fully exploiting the Caribbean markets for refined products, Petrotrin may need to use geopolitics to access Latin American countries' reliance heavily on imported petroleum products. Since 2013, the UNC was in office, and Khaled Hassan Ali testifying before the Public Account Enterprises Committee is telling them there's a situation. We need to be earning $9 US profit margin, right? Margin on a barrel of oil, and we're making less than that now, so we're not even breaking even. If you're not breaking even, you're losing money. But the PNM and the PNM this and the PNM that, what did they do to fix it? That's why Kevin Ramnarine came a year later and told you all 60 refineries shut down. He didn't say it in those words, but he was basically telling you all there's a possibility the refinery could shut down, but he couldn't say it on the eve of a general election, hoping that they would win in 2015, and then we'll have 5 years to figure it out. And they so bamboozled some oil softwares and all they running with that and coming to talk rubbish. And I'm switching now to talk about 10 years of the PNM in power and not one person became a millionaire. You know that? You know that because you didn't become a millionaire. You didn't take advantage of the opportunities that the PNM would have presented to come and talk that rubbish. When it is that the government, the PNM government, would have the Red House restoration project that the UNC criticized, $441 million and all of that. Over $125 million of that 441 went to 5 black-owned businesses that owned by persons of African descent. $125 million. The largest contract, $66 million for electrical, went to a company that is owned by a man of African descent. So when you want to talk nonsense about the PNM and nobody and become a millionaire, you know everybody who benefited, right? When the UNC wanted to vilify the other day, Alan Warner, Tobago businessman, right, of African descent. Where were you all to come to his defense? But you will clap. So under the UNC, watch how many other people becoming millionaires. Yeah, because everybody who become a millionaire in the last 10 years is supposed to come and put and publish it on the newspapers and tell you all they became a millionaire. Not so? Look, folks, all who buy into them talking 1%. All then this dutish 1% talk and 1% and 1%. Which 1%? Which 1% own a company that paves road? Any of them? Tell me now. Who it is gave away all the lands in Shagaramas to the 1%? It wasn't the PNM that gave 30-something acres to Mr. Abu to build the water park. The UNC did that. It wasn't the PNM that gave 4 acres to the same individual, bulldoze agricultural land to put up a car park for 1,000 to hold 1,000 cars, and then to lease the car park to the CDA for $900,000 a month. It wasn't the PNM that did that. That displaced the Guav Road farmers to benefit the same 1%. But where were you all to talk that 1% between 2010 when Kamala had a big event in the Diplomatic Center for the same 1%? When she feted the Syrian Lebanese community, 2012. And in her speech, she talked about how if Trinidad and Tobago were to follow the example of the Syrian Lebanese community, the country would be much happier and wealthier and better off. When she told you all that to follow, walk in the footsteps, Dr. Rowley never hosted any event at the Diplomatic Center and spent taxpayers' money to host the same Syrian Lebanese community, right? Where were you hypocrites then to talk about who running down the 1%? The man who oppressing you all now, right, as Minister of Transport with all of these doubled fines, to which ethnicity does he belong? But all they wanted to hate on Colmin Burt, but today all they applauding Eli Zakur, right? He has a 1% name. Imbut is French Creole. Zakur is what? Syrian Lebanese community. But all they happy, yes. More oppression, massa. Please. That's who she put to oppress you all with that. Talking stupidness. You serious? Here is nonsensical question. Why UNC brought production from 52 barrels to 55,000 barrels per day? How did the UNC do that? Who did that? No, you tell us. How did that happen? If you would go and do your research and you would see that production under Heritage started to go up under the PNM when it is that Keskula came, right? When the PNM recruited him as the CEO of Heritage and the UNC had a problem and Alan Roberts was doing his doubles and coffee and Douglas politics to talk about, oh, well, the PNM is an African party and they hire a white man. They couldn't find a black man in Trinidad to lead Petrotrin. Why the black man didn't apply? And these are the little stupidness that impresses you all. The UNC increased production from 52,000, so by 3,000 barrels per day. And that's the nonsense. But you can't tell me how they did that. What did the government do? All of these things that were in train that started under the PNM and bore fruit when the UNC came into office. That is what happened. When Stuart Chung was doing all that he could and putting things in place and giving, that's what you had to do. When you all were criticizing people like A.V. Drilling and so on, all of these things was being done under Stuart Chung. It started under the PNM and it's only under the UNC having come into office in the last 10 months that the fruit, where you start today, you do that today and tomorrow it happens. These things take months and years of putting things in place before it starts to bear fruit. But they could fool all here. And he come and he tell you that we increased it from 52,000 to, okay. You could tell me how much it went under the PNM, how much it went up by. You can't talk that. You know why? Because again, the PNM is not about showboating like the UNC, but they could fool all you with that stupidness. And that's what you impressed by. I tell you, yes. And you figure, okay, so you're going up to 55,000. How that benefiting you? The oil don't belong to us. It's all of the private lease farmers and them that they have. Like Touchstone and EOG and so on, is they doing their work. Had nothing to do with the UNC. He come and he tell you increase from 3,000 by 3,000. But did he go into detail to tell you we did this and we did that? He couldn't. You know why? Because what you are seeing now is the fruits of PNM work finally paying off. And it's a lot more things that the PNM did. That's why he could have boast and tell you about the restructuring of Atlantic LNG, trains 2 and 3. Right, and our ownership. That is why he was able to tell you last week that with the increase in the price of oil and natural gas now that we would benefit because of the restructuring. Who engaged in the restructuring? It was the PNM that did that. But you all wouldn't give the PNM credit for that. Well, you go ahead and promote your UNC. What's wrong with Toleas? I tell you. You're right, Anne-Marie. UNC chose as somebody, I don't know, boy. They so want to hate on Dr. Rowley and the PNM and will never give the PNM credit for what it is that they did. Never. So many things the PNM did that unfortunately we didn't see the fruits of it under the PNM, because with all of the work, Bundilal could come now and boast and talk about Jagan gas and all of these things 2027. It was all the work that Stuart Young did over the 4 years that he was Minister of Energy that paved the way. When it is BP was praising Dr. Rowley and Stuart Young for what they were able to accomplish in Venezuela, because he said for years BP had been trying to negotiate directly with Venezuela and it was going nowhere. And had it not been for the diplomatic policy of the PNM and Dr. Rowley and Stuart Young, they would not have been able to get where they did. So this coquina mannequin and all of that is why Munira could come and tell you, Shell having discussions and BP having discussions with the Venezuelan authorities. But at least when PNM was in power, we had representatives of the government, and the person of the minister himself was part of those negotiations, right? Those negotiations. But what happened now? Nobody knows. When BP and Shell go and sit down and talk to Delcy and whoever, nobody in the government knows what is happening. Nobody in the government is there to speak on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They're not there because they rely on the principles of BP and Shell to do all the talking. You all could come to your agreement. So if Delcy say, here what? We're willing to give all your dragon, but we don't want any Trinidad involvement. You feel Shell had time at all? Yes, they have holdings in Atlantic LNG. But if they have to bring a vessel, right? Bring a vessel there to be able to do it just to get that gas. Trinidad and Tobago, we are just a facilitator. So we are going from being a partner in a profit sharing arrangement. We are facing the possibility that we will just receive a fee, a processing fee for them using the Atlantic LNG plant to process the gas. But right now we are at the mercy of the same people that your government continues to attack. So Delcy could say, well, here what? If we involve Trinidad, we had to share the profits 3 ways. Well, it will be more than 3 because the US now wants a share, right? The 6 months OFAC license lists the name of a number of US companies as well who were not there on the original license that we got, that Stuart Young was able to get, the 3-year license. So whilst the US wasn't a major player before, now they are, okay? But if Delcy say, here what? Shell is just you and us. It's our gas. Leave Trinidad out of that because we don't want to have to split to dilute the profits, right? So you get a vessel, bring it here, set up all your infrastructure, pump the gas to the vessel, and all they take it somewhere else and process it, and it is just between us, okay? They calling the shots. Delcy calling the shots. Up north don't have time with them right now. Focus is on the Middle East and Iran. But here it is that BP and Shell is telling us they met recently with Delcy. And they had discussions with the Venezuelan government. And your UNC government cannot tell you what was said in those discussions, what Trinidad and Tobago's interests represented to the best of our benefit. Can't tell you that because nobody from Trinidad representing the Trinidad and Tobago government was part of that discussion. But under Stuart Young, on Keith Rowley and the PNM, the minister himself was there. Technocrats from the ministry was there. So we knew every time a discussion was had. And the minister was leading the discussion. And that's why he could still pick up the phone and call Delcy. Munira could do that. Kamla could do that. No, but she's coming back with a Sharpie to impress all you. Look, I get a pen. Queen Victoria, Africans for sale, boy. Folks, we will chat again next week. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.